Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 960 with information Kilo. Requesting push and start.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 1123. Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1123. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Delta 107 heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 454 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8th. Lufthansa 139er3.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 758 heavy.
Command requirement missing. United 961 heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. United 961 heavy.
Command property error. Lufthansa 960. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 960.
Command property error. Airline Air 1618. Negative. I'm arrival. Airline Air 1618. Taxi to ramp. Airline Air 1618.
Runway 07 center. Lufthansa 758 heavy. Continue taxi. Lufthansa 758 heavy.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 77. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 454 heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 448 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8th. Lufthansa 161. Taxi to ramp. Condor 1719er.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 758 heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 960.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 405 heavy on final 07 left. Runway 07 center, via Lima. United 961 heavy.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 758 heavy.
Negative. I'm on another runway. Lufthansa 405 heavy. Stand by. Lufthansa 405 heavy. Duplicated command. Lufthansa 405 heavy. Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 405 heavy. Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Lufthansa 405 heavy.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. United 46 heavy.
Taxi to ramp, ground November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 53.
Cross runway 07 center. Airline Air 1618.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 400 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 462 heavy. Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 448 heavy.
Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 232.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 960 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground. United 9061 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower. United 46 heavy on final 07 right.
Frankfurt Tower, Air Nostrum 8706 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground. United 9061 heavy with information kilo. Requesting push and start. Negative. I'm on the ground. Europa 1502. Negative. I'm on the ground. Europa 1502. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Europa 1502.
Runway 07 left. Cleared to land. Air Nostrum 8706.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 13903.
Hold position. Europa 1502.
Cross runway 07 center. Condor 1719.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 462 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 400 heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 232.
Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Austrian 204.
Negative. On departure. Lufthansa 568 heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 568 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 442 heavy.
Frankfurt Tower. Lufthansa 1347 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 center. Via Lima. Lufthansa 400 heavy.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 462 heavy.
Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Lufthansa 1347.
Taxi to ramp. Via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 405 heavy. Continue taxi. Europa 1502.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 462 heavy with information kilo. Requesting push and start.
Negative. Need correct runway. Austrian 204. Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Austrian 204. Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 430 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 568 Heavy.
Command property error. Lufthansa 161. Continue taxi. Lufthansa 161.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 568 Heavy ready for taxi.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Europa 1502.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Sun Express 911.
Taxi to ramp. United 46 Heavy.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 442 Heavy ready to taxi.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 53.
Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 430 Heavy.
Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. City 1764. Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 442 Heavy.
Frankfurt ground, Europa 1502 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower. Lufthansa 1173 on final 07 left. Runway 07 left. Stand by. Lufthansa 1173. Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Lufthansa 1173.
Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 462 Heavy. Cross runway 07 center. United 46 Heavy. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 405 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Dynasty 62 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Sun Express 911.
Negative, unknown command, LO358. Negative, unknown command, LO358. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, LO358. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, City 1764. Runway 07 center, line up and wait. American 71 Heavy.
Frankfurt ground, Sun Express 911 ready to taxi.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Air Nostrum 8706.
Negative, in the air. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey. Runway 07 right, clear to land. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey. Frankfurt Tower, Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 400 Heavy with information kilo. Requesting push and start.
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 405 Heavy. Frankfurt ground, Europa 1502 with information kilo. Requesting push and start. Stand by, Lufthansa 962.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 5, Lufthansa 1347.
Frankfurt ground. Dynasty 62 Heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, LL358 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Dynasty 62 Heavy.
Runway 07 center via Lima, LL358. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. American 71 Heavy.
Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 456 Heavy.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 133 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 442 Heavy with information kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 568 Heavy with information kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Sun Express 9011 with information kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, LL358 with information kilo, requesting push and start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 962.
Frankfurt ground. Dynasty 62 Heavy with information kilo. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Croatia 419er.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Etihad 2 Heavy.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land. Lufthansa 133.
Negative. Unable. Command property error. Lufthansa 456 Heavy. Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 456 Heavy.
Command property error. Lufthansa 1406. Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 1406. Runway 07 left. Cleared to land. United 74 Heavy. Frankfurt Tower. United 74 Heavy on final 07 left.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 5. Lufthansa 1173.
Frankfurt Tower. Skip 744 on final 07 right. Runway 07 right. Cleared to land. Skip 744.
Frankfurt ground. Croatia 419er ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center. Condor 1038.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 9062 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground. Etihad 2 Heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 9062 with information kilo. Requesting push and start. Runway 07 center. Via Lima. Lufthansa 9062.
Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 1347.
Command requirement missing. Croatia 419er. Runway 07 center via Lima, Croatia 419er.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Etihad 2 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Finnair 1412.
Command property error. Lufthansa 1406. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1406.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1306.
Hold position. Lufthansa 962.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1347.
Runway 07 left. Cleared to land. Lufthansa 447 heavy.
Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 1130. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1130.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 962.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Air Canada 842 heavy.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1306.
Runway 07 center. Emirates 44 heavy. Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Emirates 44 heavy.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Finnair 1412.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 1010. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1010.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 5. Lufthansa 133.
Runway 25 center, via Lima. Condor 1038. Turn left heading 0. Lufthansa 1306.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Emirates 44 heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. United 961 heavy.
Taxi to ramp. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 1059er. Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 1059er. Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 1059er.
Negative and known command. Austrian 207. Runway 07 right, clear to land. Austrian 207.
Taxi to ramp. Skip 744.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 9054. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Stand by. Lufthansa 9054.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 1010.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 5. United 74 Heavy.
Runway 07 Center via Lima. Lufthansa 1130.
Runway 07 Center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. United 9061 Heavy.
Runway 07 Center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 960.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 Center. Lufthansa 1142.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1173.
Cross runway 07 Center. Skip 744.
Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Lufthansa cargo 8403 heavy.
Approved. Expect runway 07 right. Pad Aviation 67 X-ray. Command wrong start. Lufthansa 447 Heavy.
Command property error. Air Canada 842 Heavy. Taxi to ramp. Air Canada 842 Heavy.
Runway 07 Center via Lima. Lufthansa 9054.
Runway 07 Center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 960.
Runway 07 Center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 400 Heavy.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Lufthansa 1075.
Runway 07 Center, via Lima. Lufthansa 1142.
Taxi to ramp via November 4. November 5. Lufthansa 447 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 5. Lufthansa 447 Heavy. Frankfurt Tower. Lufthansa 447 Heavy on final 07 left. Runway 07 right. Pad Aviation 67 X-ray.
Cross runway 07 Center. Air Canada 842 Heavy. Frankfurt Tower. Air Canada 842 Heavy on final 07 right.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 941.
Frankfurt ground, Condor 1038 ready to taxi.
Command property error. Lufthansa 9054.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 Center. Lufthansa 594 Heavy.
Frankfurt ground. Finnair 1412 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 1130 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower. Lufthansa 1059 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 Center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 400 Heavy.
Runway 07 Center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 462 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 1059er.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 1029er. Runway 07 right, clear to land. Standby. Lufthansa 1029er. Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 6905.
Continue taxi. United 74 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 Center, Condor 2062 Heavy.
Stand by. Turkish 1588 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp, Austrian 207. Frankfurt Tower, Austrian 207 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 1010 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa Cargo 8403 Heavy on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 954 ready for taxi.
Frankfurt Tower. Lufthansa 1075 on final 07 right.
Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 594 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via November. Lufthansa Cargo 8403 Heavy.
Frankfurt ground. Pad Aviation 67 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 941 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 1142 ready to taxi. Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 594 Heavy.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 447 Heavy. Frankfurt ground. Pad Aviation 67 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 695 on final 07 left. Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1029 on final 07 right.
Runway 07 right. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1500. Contact departure. Pad Aviation 67
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Lufthansa 462 Heavy.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 447 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 442 Heavy.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Lufthansa 813.
Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Condor 2033 Heavy.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 1029. Go around, turn right heading 180, standby, Lufthansa 1029. Departure on 120.8, Lufthansa 1029. Good day.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 447 Heavy.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Pounder 2062 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Turkish 1588 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 1075.
Cross runway 07 center, Austrian 207.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 941.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 442 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 568 Heavy.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1059.
Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Lufthansa 271.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 594 Heavy ready to taxi. Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 813 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt Tower. Condor 2033 Heavy and final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground. Pounder 2062 Heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Turkish 1588 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn left heading 0. Lufthansa 568 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Sun Express 911.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Stand by. Lufthansa Cargo 8400 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 6905.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Lufthansa 801.
Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1075.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 27 when on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground, Turkish 1588 heavy ready to taxi. Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 801 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Croatia 419 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Etihad 2 heavy with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Hold position. Lufthansa 1075.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Sun Express 911.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. LL358.
Negative. Taxi is blocked. Condor 2062 Heavy. Lufthansa 1075. Lufthansa 1075. Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1075.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 3. Condor 2033 heavy.
Taxi to ramp. Lufthansa 813.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Shamrock 651.
Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Ocean 1205. Runway 07 center. Via Lima. Lufthansa Cargo 8400 Heavy.
Negative. Say again. The negative command can only be used by itself. Use only with takeoff. LL358. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. For crossing traffic, LL358.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Dynasty 62 heavy.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 941.
Stand by. Lufthansa 590 Heavy. Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa Cargo 8400 Heavy ready to taxi.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1075.
Frankfurt Tower, Ocean 1205 on final 07 left.
Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 813.
Frankfurt ground, Condor 1038 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Shamrock 651 ready to taxi. Negative, unable. Shamrock 651. Negative, I'm on the ground. Shamrock 651. Runway 07 center, via Lima. Shamrock 651.
Frankfurt ground, Finnair 1412 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 590 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November. Stand by. Lufthansa 271. Taxi to ramp via November. Lufthansa 271.
Negative, I'm departure. Dynasty 62 heavy. Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Dynasty 62 heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 962.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 6905.
Negative, unknown command, Gulf Air 16. Negative, need pushback truck, Gulf Air 16. Pushback approved, expect runway 07 center, Gulf Air 16.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1029er on final 07 left.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 969er. Runway 07 right, clear to land. Lufthansa 969er.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 1029er.
Taxi to RAM via November. Lufthansa 801.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 969er on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 590 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1130 with information kilo, requesting push and start.
Command on start. Lufthansa 962. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 962.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Croatia 419er.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3. Etihad 2 heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 147.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November. Ocean 1205. Taxi to ramp via November 4, November 3. Ocean 1205. Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 3. Ocean 1205.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 859er. Runway 07 right, clear to land. Lufthansa 859er. Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 590 heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Gulf Air 16.
Pushback approved, expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 182.
Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 801.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 147 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground, Gulf Air 16 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 859er on final 07 right.
Continue taxi. Condor 2033 heavy. Negative, use only with takeoff, Croatia 419er. Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff, on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Croatia 419er.
Runway 18, clear for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Etihad 2 Heavy.
Runway 07 right, clear to land, Lufthansa 901.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Finnair 1412.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 1010.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Swiss 1082.
Runway 07 center, via Lima, Lufthansa 182.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 1029er.
Command on start, Lufthansa 969er. Taxi to ramp via Mike 28, Mike 7, November 8, Lufthansa 969er. Taxi to ramp via Mike 7, November, Lufthansa 969er. Taxi to ramp via Mike 7, November, Lufthansa 969er. Taxi to ramp via Mike 10, November, Lufthansa 969er.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Finnair 1412.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1130.
Runway 18 cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1010.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1540.
Frankfurt Tower, Swiss 1082 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 901 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 182 ready to taxi.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 147.
Command Prop Deal, Lufthansa 859er. Taxi to ramp via Mike 10, November, Lufthansa 859er.
Cross runway 07 center, Lufthansa 969er.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Condor 2016 Heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land, Ocean 1207. Frankfurt Tower, Ocean 1207 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1130.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 9054.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 594 Heavy.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Condor 2062 Heavy.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Lufthansa 15.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 1540.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 15 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1540 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 837.
Duplicated command, Lufthansa 594 heavy. Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 594 heavy. Runway 18, clear for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Lufthansa 594 heavy.
Runway 18, line up and wait. Pounder 2062 heavy.
Taxi to ramp. Stand by via November. Lufthansa 901. Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 7. Lufthansa 901.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Condor 2016 heavy.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 954.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1142.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Hold short of taxiway November 5, Swiss 1082.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center. Ocean 306.
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 1029er.
Continue taxi, Ocean 1205.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 837 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. 2EJet 4203. Frankfurt ground, Condor 2016 heavy ready to taxi.
Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 901.
Cross runway 07 center, Lufthansa 859.
Frankfurt Tower, 2EJet 4203 on final 07 left.
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 147.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1010 with information kilo, requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 3, Ocean 1207.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1142.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa Cargo 8400 heavy.
Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Pounder 2062 heavy.
Command requiring missing, Condor 15904. Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center, Condor 15904.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 901. Runway 07 center via Lima. Ocean 306. Frankfurt ground. Ocean 306 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land. Lufthansa 10905.
Taxi to ramp via November 14, November 8, Lufthansa 15. Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8, Lufthansa 15.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 10905 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa Cargo 8400 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Turkish 1588 Heavy.
Frankfurt Tower, Dolomodi 88719 final 07 right. Runway 07 right, clear to land. Dolomodi 8871.
Frankfurt ground, Condor 15904 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 954 with information kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt Tower, Dolomodi 8843 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Condor 15904.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 901.
Command requirement missing. Aegean 531. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Aegean 531.
Negative. Need correct runway. Turkish 1588 Heavy. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turkish 1588 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Shamrock 651.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Dolomodi 8843. Taxi to ramp, via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 837.
Command property error. 2 eject 4203. Taxi to RAM, via November. 2 eject 4203.
Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 15. Negative. Unknown command. Aegean 531.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1348.
Runway 07 center. Via Lima. Aegean 531.
Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 1060. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1060. Continue taxi. Swiss 1082.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 1204. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1204.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land. Ocean 1215.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Shamrock 651.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 590 heavy.
Taxi to ramp by November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 1095.
Taxi to ramp via Tango, November East. Dolomodi 8871. Command property error. Dolomodi 8871. Taxi to ramp via Lima, November. Dolomodi 8871.
Roger, standing by for new instruction. Lufthansa 15. Continue taxi. Lufthansa 15. Hold position. Lufthansa 15. Negative. Taxi is blocked. Aegean 531. Lufthansa 15. Lufthansa 15.
Runway 07 center via November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 1348.
Runway 07 center via November 7. Lima. Lufthansa 1060.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 1366. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1366.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 1204.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. City 1766. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1216.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 590 heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Gulf Air 16.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 15.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Lufthansa 1203.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 1009.
Taxi to ramp. Dolomodi 8843.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 837.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Sun Express 145.
Cross runway 07 center. Dolomodi 8871.
Runway 07 center, via November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 1366. Continue taxi, Ocean 1207.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. City 1766.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Delta 15 heavy. Hold position. Delta 15 heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 1216.
Command property error. Ocean 1215. Taxi to RAM via November. Hold short of taxiway November 3. Ocean 1215.
Negative. I'm on another runway. Command property error. Lufthansa 1529. Runway 07 right, clear to land. Lufthansa 1529.
Command requirement missing. Command property error, Gulf Air 16. Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Gulf Air 16.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 182.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Lufthansa 1296. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1296.
Continue taxi, Delta 15 heavy.
Negative. Invalid target. Sun Express 145. Runway 07 center, via Lima. Sun Express 145.
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 1095.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Air Nostrum 8707. Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 1009.
Taxi to ramp, via Mike 10, Lufthansa 1203.
Negative, unknown command, Delta 15 heavy. Hold position, Delta 15 heavy. Runway 07 center, via Lima, Delta 15 heavy. Continue taxi, Delta 15 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 1376. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Lufthansa 182.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1540.
Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 1296. Runway 07 center, via November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 1296.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Delta 87 heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land, Lufthansa 103.
Frankfurt ground, Aegean 531 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Ocean 1215 on final 07 left.
Negative, I'm departure, Lufthansa 1376. Runway 07 center, via Lima, Lufthansa 1376.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1348 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Air Nostrum 8707.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1009 on final 07 left.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Lufthansa 104. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Stand by. Lufthansa 104.
Negative. Say again. The negative command can only be used by itself. Use only for takeoff. Lufthansa 1540. Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1540.
Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Condor 2016 Heavy.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Ocean 306. Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Ocean 306. Runway 07 center via Lima, Delta 87 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Airline Air 1619er.
Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1203.
Hold position. Airline Air 1619er.
Runway 07 center. Via Lima. Lufthansa 104.
Taxi to Ram. By Mike 10. Lufthansa 1529.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1060 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1203 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1204 ready to taxi. Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1366 ready to taxi.
Negative, unknown command, Etihad Cargo 915 Heavy. Runway 07 left, clear to land. Etihad Cargo 915 Heavy.
Command property error. Condor 2016 Heavy. Command requirement missing. Condor 2016 Heavy. Runway 07 left. Condor 2016 Heavy. Runway 07 center. Condor 2016 Heavy. Negative. Need correct runway. Command property error. Condor 2016 Heavy. Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Condor 2016 Heavy.
Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Condor 15904.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 1060. Runway 18, at Whiskey 3, stand by, Lufthansa 1060.
Runway 07 left, clear to land, Lufthansa 231. Continue taxi, Lufthansa 1009er.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Lufthansa 1396. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1396. Continue taxi. Ocean 1215.
Continue taxi, Airline Air 1619er.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 1060. Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff, on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Lufthansa 1060.
Continue taxi.
Condor 2016 Heavy. Runway 07 right, Condor 2016 Heavy. Continue taxi, Condor 2016 Heavy.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Lufthansa 1125.
Taxi to ramp via November. Lufthansa 103.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 right. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center. On Nippon 204 Heavy. Negative. In the air. Air Portugal 574. Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Air Portugal 574.
Command wrong start, Condor 15904. Command property error, Condor 15904. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Condor 15904.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Aegean 531. Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 1204.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Etihad Cargo 915 Heavy. Taxi tram via November. Etihad Cargo 915 Heavy.
Negative. Unknown command. Contour 2051 Heavy.
Negative, taxiway not found. Lufthansa 1204. Runway 18, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1204.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 1396.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Airline Air 1619er.
Cross runway 07 center, Lufthansa 1529. Runway 07 right, clear to land. Contour 2051 Heavy.
Stand by. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey. Runway 07 right at Romeo 15. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey. Negative. Unknown command. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey. Runway 07 right at Romeo 11. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey.
Taxi to ramp via November. Lufthansa 1529er.
Runway 07 center via Lima. On Nippon 204 Heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 1361.
Taxi to ramp via November 6. Lufthansa 231. Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 231.
Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1204.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Aegean 531.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1348.
Runway 07 right, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Condor 2016 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp by November 6, Mike 14, Lufthansa 1125. Taxi to ramp by November, Mike 14, Lima, Lufthansa 1125.
Hold position. Etihad Cargo 915 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Lima, Lufthansa 1125.
Departure on 120.8, Condor 2051 Heavy. Good day.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Lufthansa 1187.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land. Lufthansa 103. Taxi to RAM, via November 1. Hold short of taxiway November 5. Air Portugal 574. Taxi to RAM, via November. Hold short of taxiway November 5. Air Portugal 574.
Runway 07 right, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 0. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey.
Cross runway 07 center, Lufthansa 1125.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 1348. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1348.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1366. Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 1216.
Negative. Unknown command. Sun Express 145. Runway 18 at Whiskey 3. Sun Express 145.
Continue taxi. Etihad Cargo 915 Heavy.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Was got 232 Heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Was got 232 Heavy.
Command property error. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey. Turn right heading 180. Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey.
Cross runway 07 center. Etihad Cargo 915 Heavy.
Runway 18, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1216.
Roger. Landing clearance cancelled. Lufthansa 1361. Taxi to ramp via November 4. Lufthansa 1361. Taxi to ramp via November East. Lufthansa 1361.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 231.
Negative, need correct runway. Lufthansa 1366. Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1216.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Lufthansa 3. Five.
Runway 18, line up and wait. Sun Express 145.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1366.
Command wrong start. City 1766.
Negative, invalid direction. Lufthansa 1187.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. City 1766.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Was built 232 heavy.
Cross runway 07 right, Etihad Cargo 915 heavy.
Taxi to ramp. Lufthansa 1187. Taxi to ramp, via November. Lufthansa 1187.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. United 932 heavy.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 1103.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 18. Cedar Jet 218.
Runway 18, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Sun Express 145.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. City 1766.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Delta 15 heavy.
Continue taxi. Air Portugal 574. Frankfurt ground. City 1766 ready to taxi.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Balkan Holidays 428. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Balkan Holidays 428. Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1187.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Turkish 7734.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Condor 1404. Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 1216 ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1338.
Command property error. Cedar Jet 218. Runway 07 center, via Lima. Cedar Jet 218.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Delta 15 heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 12906. Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1529 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground. Sun Express 145 ready to taxi. Hold short of taxiway November 5. Lufthansa 1361.
Frankfurt ground. Delta 15 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1296 ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1414.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 103 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground, Air Nostrum 8707 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Balkan Holidays 428.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 1376 ready to taxi.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Lufthansa 355.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Lufthansa 307.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 12906.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Air Nostrum 8707. Negative, I'm departure. Air Nostrum 8707. Runway 07 center, line up and with. Air Nostrum 8707.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Condor 1404.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 1338.
Frankfurt ground. Delta 87 Heavy ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1424.
Frankfurt Tower, Etihad Cargo 915 Heavy on final 07 left.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1361.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 104 ready to taxi.
Taxi to ramp. Hold short of taxiway November 5. United 932 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 5. United 932 Heavy. Runway 07 center cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure Air Nostrum 8707.
Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 1376.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 249er.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Contour 2051 Heavy.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Lufthansa 1034.
Runway 07 center via November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 1414.
Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 355.
Taxi to RAM, Ryan November, Turkish 7734.
Runway 07 center. Via Lima. Lufthansa 1424. Runway 07 center. Clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1376.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Delta 87 Heavy. Command property error, Terran 302.
Frankfurt Tower. Lufthansa 231 on final 07 left.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Terran 302.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1034.
Cross runway 07 center, Turkish 7734.
Negative. Invalid direction. Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 1459er. Runway 07 right. Cleared to land. Lufthansa 1459er.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Ocean 1201.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1103. Hold position. Lufthansa 1103.
Hold position, Terran 302.
Negative. Unknown command. Condor 1478. Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center. Condor 1478.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1103.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Delta 87 Heavy.
Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 1396.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8, Lufthansa 307. Continue taxi, Terran 302. Runway 07 left, clear to land, Lufthansa 283. Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1125 on final 07 right. Cross runway 07 center, Lufthansa 307.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 1034. Runway 07 center, via Lima. November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 1034. Runway 07 center, via November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 1034.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 left. Lufthansa 828.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Tehran 302.
Runway 25 center, via Lima. Condor 1478.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Lufthansa 1396.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Airline Air 1619er.
Command property error, Lufthansa 249er. Taxi to ramp via November, Lufthansa 249er.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 5. Contour 2051 heavy.
Frankfurt Tower, Air Portugal 574 on final 07 left. Continue taxi. United 932 heavy.
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 307.
Turn left heading 0. Lufthansa 1396.
Frankfurt ground, Airline Air 1619er ready to taxi. Command Ron start, Airline Air 1619er. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff, on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Airline Air 1619er.
Negative, need correct runway. All Nippon 204 heavy. Runway 07 center, line up and with. All Nippon 204 heavy.
Runway 07 right, clear to land, Emirates 45 Super.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. ICE Air 520.
Runway 07 left, ground November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 828.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Turkmenistan 464 heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 left. Turkmenistan 464 heavy.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Condor 30. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Condor 30.
Runway 07 center, ground November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 828.
Taxi to ramp, via Mike. Lufthansa 1459er.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. All Nippon 204 heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Westbelt 232 heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Condor 2227 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via November, Ocean 1201.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8, Lufthansa 283.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1396 ready to taxi.
Cross runway 07 left, Condor 2051 heavy. Cross runway 07 center, Condor 2051 heavy.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Turkmenistan 464 heavy.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Condor 30.
Negative. Unknown command. TumiJet 2186. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. TumiJet 2186.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Was Duck 232 heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Cedar Jet 218.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land. Austrian 209er.
Frankfurt Tower, Condor 2051 heavy on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Delta India Whiskey Oscar Whiskey ready for taxi.
Frankfurt ground, all Nippon 204 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1361 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1187 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1103 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 355 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, was Duck 232 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, United 932 heavy on final 07 left.
Cross runway 07 center, standby. Lufthansa 1459er.
Continue taxi, Condor 2051 heavy.
Frankfurt Tower, Turkish 7734 on final 07 right.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Hold short of taxiway November. ICE Air 520. Taxi to ramp, via November. ICE Air 520.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center. Austrian 208.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1500, contact departure. Cedar Jet 218.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Condor 1404.
Taxi to ramp, Emirates 45 Super.
Frankfurt ground, Cedar Jet 218 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Algeria 750 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 307 on final 07 right.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. TumiJet 2186.
Frankfurt ground, Balkan Holidays 428 ready to taxi. Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1338 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Kuwait 171 heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. $Motiate 061.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 284.
Pushback approved facing west. Ski up 745.
Frankfurt ground, Condor 1404 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1414 ready to taxi. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Condor 1404.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1338.
Negative. Unknown command. Austrian 208. Runway 07 center, via Lima. Austrian 208.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Hold short of taxiway November 3. Condor 2227 heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 1337.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3. Lufthansa 1414.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3. Lufthansa 1034.
Cross runway 07 center, Emirates 45 Super. Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 249er on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Condor 2051 heavy on final 07 right.
Runway 07 center via November 7, Lima, Lufthansa 284.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1424 ready to taxi.
Pushback approved, expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 326.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Ski up 745.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1338. Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Balkan Holidays 428.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Austrian 209er.
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 283.
Frankfurt Tower, Ocean 120 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1459er on final 07 right.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 283 on final 07 left.
Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1414.
Runway 18, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1034. Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1034 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Tehran 302 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Condor 1478 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, ICE FI20 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Emirates 45 Super on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 828 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Condor 2227 heavy on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground, Turkmenistan 464 heavy ready to taxi. Frankfurt ground, Condor 30 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land. Lufthansa 185.
Pushback approved, expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 354.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Balkan Holidays 428.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1424.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Turkmenistan 464 heavy.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Thai Jet 2813.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Dolomiti 8061.
Runway 07 center, via November 7, Lima, Lufthansa 326.
Negative, unknown command, Ocean 64 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Motion 64 heavy.
Taxi to ramp. Kuwait 171 heavy.
Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1034.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1424.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Terran 302.
Runway 18, at Whiskey 3, Condor 30. Runway 18, line up and wait. Turkmenistan 464 heavy.
Hold short of taxiway November 8, Austrian 209er.
Runway 07 center via November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 354.
Command property error. Condor 2227 heavy. Hold short of taxiway November 3, Condor 2227 heavy.
Cross runway 07 center. Kuwait 171 heavy.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land. Lufthansa 1365.
Negative. Unknown command. Sun Express 146. Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Sun Express 146.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 1337.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Motion 64 heavy.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Terran 302.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 828.
Frankfurt Tower, Austrian 209er on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground. TUI-Jet 2186 ready to taxi.
Continue taxi, Austrian 209er. Frankfurt Tower, Dolomotiate 061 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Kuwait 171 heavy on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Austrian 208 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1337 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 284 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Condor 1425.
Runway 07 left, go around. Lufthansa 373. Departure on 120.8, Lufthansa 373. Good day.
Negative, unknown command, Turkmenistan 464 heavy. Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Turkmenistan 464 heavy. Runway 18, line up and wait. Condor 30.
Taxi to ramp, right November. Lufthansa 185.
Standby, Condor 2227 heavy. Continue taxi, Condor 2227 heavy.
Taxi to ramp, Varmike. Thai Jet 2813.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 828.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Austrian 208.
Command property error. Dolo mode 8760. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Dolo mode 8760. Hold short of taxiway November. Lufthansa 185.
Runway 18, clear for takeoff. On
Negative. I'm departure. Austrian 208. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Austrian 208.
Runway 07 center, line up and with Lufthansa 284.
Runway 07 left. Go around. Lufthansa 105. Departure on 120.8. Lufthansa 105. Good day.
Taxi to Ram via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 1365.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 252. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa.
Taxi to ramp via November 8. Lufthansa 1337. Hold position. Lufthansa 1337.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Ocean 61 heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Dolo mode 8751.
Negative. Invalid target. Sun Express 146. Taxi to ramp via Mike. Sun Express 146.
command property error. Thai Jet 2813.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Lufthansa 284.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. TUI-Jet 2186.
Runway 07 center, Lima. Dolo mode 8760. Negative, invalid target. Lufthansa 185. Continue taxi. Lufthansa 185.
Runway 07 center, via November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 252.
Taxi to Ram, Mike. Hold short of taxiway November 3, Condor 1425.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Oceana Cargo 776 heavy. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. TUI-Jet 2186.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Ski up 745.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 326.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1337.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Swiss 1083.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Singapore 25 heavy. Frankfurt ground. Skip 745 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 185 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 326 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower. Thai Jet 2813 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 354 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1365 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Sun Express 146 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Ocean 64 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower. Lufthansa 373 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Condor 1425 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt Tower. Lufthansa 105 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Ocean 61 heavy on final 07 right.
Frankfurt Tower, Delta Modi 8751 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 right. Cleared to land. Lufthansa 1457. Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Skip 745.
Runway 18 cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 326.
Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 354.
Taxi to ramp via Mike. Ocean 61 heavy.
Cross runway 07 left. You're cross runway 07 center. Condor 1425.
Negative. Taxiway not found. Swiss 1083. Runway 07 center. Via Lima. Swiss 1083.
Runway 07 center. Asiana Cargo 776 heavy. Runway 07 center, via Romeo. Asiana Cargo 776 heavy.
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 1365.
Runway 07 center. Via Lima. Singapore 25 heavy.
Continue taxi, Condor 1425.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Lufthansa 110. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1104.
Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Air Cairo 2942.
Negative. I'm in the air. Lufthansa 17. Runway 07 right. Clear to land. Lufthansa 17.
Taxi to ramp via November. Delta Modi 8751.
Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Condor 20.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. German cargo 424 heavy.
Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 354.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Ocean 64 heavy.
Cross runway 07 center. Ocean 61 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 992.
Frankfurt ground. Dolo mode 8760 ready to taxi.
Command property error. China Southern Cargo 403 heavy. Runway 07 left. Cleared to land. China Southern Cargo 403 heavy.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 252 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Air Cairo 2942 on, final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground. Asiana Cargo 776 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1457 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Swiss 1083 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Singapore 25 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Condor 2075 heavy on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 17 on final 07 right.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1012.
Negative. Taxiway not found. Lufthansa 1104. Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 1104.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 992.
Taxi to ramp. Air Cairo 2942.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1390. Runway 07 center. Clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Ocean 64 heavy.
Command wrong start. Dolo mode 8760. Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Dolo mode 8760.
Runway 07 center, German Cargo 424 heavy. Runway 07 right, clear to land, Lufthansa 105.
Runway 07 right, clear to land, Lufthansa 373.
Runway 07 left, clear to land, City 1767.
Cross runway 07 right. Asiana Cargo 776 heavy.
Taxi to ramp. Lufthansa 145. Taxi to ramp, via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 1457.
Taxi to ramp, via November, hold short of taxiway November 8, Lufthansa 17.
Negative, use only with takeoff. Dolo mode 8760. Command property error. Dolo mode 8760. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Dolo mode 8760.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait, Lufthansa 252.
Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 1012. Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 1012.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 16. Pushback approved, expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 16.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 1390.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Air Baltic 241.
Cross runway 07 center. Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1457.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 903. Runway 07 right, clear to land, Lufthansa 903.
Frankfurt Tower, China Southern Cargo 403 Heavy on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 373 on final 07 right.
Command wrong start. Condor 2075 Heavy. Negative. Taxiway not found. Condor 2075 Heavy. Taxi to ramp, via November. Condor 2075 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp, via November. China Southern Cargo 403 Heavy.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Condor 4800. Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center.
Taxi to ramp, via Mike. Lufthansa 373.
Command wrong start. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 17. Runway 07 center, via November 8, Lima, Lufthansa 16.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1457. Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1457.
taxi to ramp, via November. City 1767.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Mike 25, Romeo. China.
Taxi to ramp, via Mike 6. Hold short of taxiway November 8, Lufthansa 105. Taxi to ramp, via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8, Lufthansa 105.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Dolomoti 8818. Hold position. Dolomoti 88.
Negative. Unknown command. Asiana Cargo 776 Heavy. Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Asiana Cargo 776 Heavy.
Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Swiss 1083.
Hold position. Lufthansa 1104.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3. Singapore 25 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Air Baltic 241. Cross runway 07 center, Lufthansa.
Cross runway 07 center, Lufthansa 105.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 999.
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 1104.
Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Singapore 25 Heavy.
Runway 18, at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 1104. Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1104.
Negative. I'm departure. Swiss 1083.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. German cargo 424 heavy.
Taxi to ramp. Hold short of taxiway November 7. Lufthansa 903. Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 754 heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 754 heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Sun Express 970.
Cross runway 07 center. Cross runway 07 right. China Southern Cargo 403 Heavy.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 105. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Condor 2144 heavy. Frankfurt ground. German cargo 424 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, City 1767 on final 07 left.
Negative. Unknown command. German cargo 424 heavy. Runway 07 center. Clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. German cargo 424.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 992. Runway 18, at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 1390. Runway 18, clear for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Lufthansa 1390.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 754 heavy.
Frankfurt Tower. Lufthansa 105 on final 07 right.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 636 Heavy.
Negative. Unknown command. Dolomodi 8853. Negative. Unknown command. Dolomodi 8853. Runway 07 left. clear to land. Dolo Modi 8853. Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 992. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Lufthansa 992.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1012.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Condor 4800. Command property error, Condor 4800. Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Condor 4800.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Condor 2144 Heavy.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Lufthansa 648 Heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 648 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 636 Heavy.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 1012 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Air Baltic 241 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 1390 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 903 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 16 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Condor 4800 ready to taxi.
Cross runway 07 center, Lufthansa 903.
Frankfurt Tower, Sun Express 970 on final 07 left.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 1168.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Lufthansa 1281.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Sun Express 970.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 754 Heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Dolo Modi 8853 on final 07 left.
Hold position, Lufthansa 903.
Frankfurt ground, Condor 2144 Heavy ready to taxi.
Negative. I'm in the air. Turkish 1591 Heavy. Runway 07 left, cleared to land. Turkish 1591 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Lufthansa 1012.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 754 Heavy. Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Lufthansa 754 Heavy. Hold position, Lufthansa 754 Heavy. Runway 07 center, Lufthansa 754 Heavy. Command property error, Lufthansa 754 Heavy. Continue taxi, Lufthansa 754 Heavy. Unable to take off from this runway. The runway is too short for takeoff. Lufthansa 754 Heavy. Runway 07 center at Lima 21. Lufthansa 754 Heavy. Continue taxi, Lufthansa 903.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 1168.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 648 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Ocean 308. Hold position, Ocean 308.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 433 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, clear to take off on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 16.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 754 Heavy.
Taxi to Ram, via November. Dolomodi 8853.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Lufthansa 418 Heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center. Lufthansa 418 Heavy.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 903. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 446 Heavy. Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Condor 2144 Heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 64. Continue taxi, Ocean 308.
Taxi to Ram, via November. Lufthansa 1281.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 418 Heavy.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 636 Heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1281 on final 07 right.
Taxi to ramp by November. Turkish 15901 Heavy. Command requirement missing. Turkish 15901 Heavy. Hold short of taxiway November 5. Turkish 15901 Heavy.
Negative, say again. The negative command can only be used by itself. Use only at takeoff. Condor 2144 Heavy. Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Condor 2144 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 636 Heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Condor 143.
Negative. I'm on another runway. Center 993. Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Center 993.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center. Lufthansa 492 Heavy.
Hold position. Sun Express 970.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1158.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Ocean 308.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 446 Heavy.
Continue taxi. Sun Express 970.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 64.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 433 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 636 Heavy.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 1168. Runway 18, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1168.
Runway 0.
Negative. Unknown command. Delo mode. Cross runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1281. Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center. Delo mode 8052.
Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure.
Runway 07 center, via November 7, Lima. Lufthansa 1158.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Air Canada 849 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Target 2806. Taxi to ramp via Lima. Sun Express 970.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 648 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 418 Heavy.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Swiss 1072.
Frankfurt Tower, Turkish 1591 Heavy on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground.
Frankfurt ground. Lufthansa 1168 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 center. Via Lima. Delo mode 8052.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 18. Dolomoti 884.
Negative. I'm departure. Lufthansa 418 Heavy. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 418 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Ocean 308.
Taxi to ramp via November. Condor 143.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center. Lufthansa 280.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Target 2806.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Air Canada 849 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp, Sunturk 9903. Taxi to ramp via Mike, Sunturk 9903.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 433 Heavy.
Command requirement missing. Ocean 1220.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 827.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn left heading 0, Ocean 308.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Lufthansa 4902 Heavy. Command property error. Lufthansa 4902 Heavy. Runway 07 center. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 4902 Heavy.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 64.
Duplicated command. Dolomoti 8844. Runway 18 via Whiskey. At Whiskey 9er. Dolomoti 8844.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Ocean 1220.
Runway 07 center, Lima. Lufthansa 280.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land, Lufthansa 1011. Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Lufthansa 64.
Runway 07 center. Cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 4902 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 446 Heavy.
Hold position. Dolomoti 8844. Runway 18 at Whiskey 3. Dolomoti 8844. Continue taxi. Dolomoti 8844.
Taxi to ramp via November. Air Resource 560.
Taxi to ramp. Swiss 10. Taxi to ramp via November. Swiss 1072.
Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 4. Cross runway 07. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 422 Heavy.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Lufthansa 210. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 210.
Hold short of taxiway November 8. Swiss 1072.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 1552.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 446 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1158.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 811.
Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 2500, contact departure. Dolomoti 8844.
Runway 07 center via Lima, Ocean 1220. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 1128.
Cross runway 07 center, Swiss 1072.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Eurowings 6612.
Taxi to ramp via November. Lufthansa 827. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 827.
Runway 07 center, via November 7. Lima. Lufthansa 422 Heavy.
Runway 07 center via November 7. Lima. Lufthansa 210.
Runway 07 center via November 7. Lima, Lufthansa 1552.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 1300.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1158.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Dolo mode 8052.
Negative, invalid target. Lufthansa 1128. Runway 07 center via Lima, Lufthansa 1128.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 1521.
Stand by. Lufthansa 130.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 25 center. Lufthansa 1162.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Dolo mode 8052.
Runway 07.
Runway 18, line up and wait. Tugjet 2806.
Continue taxi, Swiss 1072.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 130.
Runway 07 center, via Lima, Lufthansa 1300.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 402 Heavy.
Negative. I need clearance for lineup. Use only with takeoff. Air Canada 849 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 811. Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Tugjet 2806.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Air Canada 849.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 280.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 1162.
Taxi to ramp via November, Eurowind 6612.
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 27.
Runway 07 center via Lima, Lufthansa 130.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 433 heavy on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 418 heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Air Cairo 2940.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 446 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Ocean 308 ready to taxi. Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 64 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Condor 143 on final 07 left.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 280. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Lufthansa 280.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1552.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 422 heavy. Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn left heading 7, Lufthansa 422 heavy.
Pushback approved, expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 624 heavy.
Command property error, Lufthansa 402 heavy. Runway 07 center via Lima, Lufthansa 402 heavy.
Pushback approved, expect runway 256.
Pushback approved,
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Egypt Air 785 heavy.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 1300.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1552. Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Ocean 1220.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8, Lufthansa 1521.
Taxi to ramp via Lima, Lufthansa 1011. Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 3, Lufthansa 1011.
Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Lufthansa 1300.
Negative, unknown command, Ocean 1220.
Cross runway 07 center, Eurowings 6612. Continue taxi, Lufthansa 811.
Frankfurt Tower, Center 993 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 4902 heavy ready to taxi. Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1158 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Aerosos 560 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Swiss 1072 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Delta Nordic 052 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Ocean 1220.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 210.
Runway 07 center, Lufthansa 624 heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima.
Runway 07 center, via Lima, Lufthansa 1310. Pushback approved, expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 394.
Frankfurt ground, Taujet 2806 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Air Canada 849 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 827 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 left, clear to land, Postman 6717 heavy. Pushback approved, expect runway 25 center, Dolomoti 8042.
Frankfurt ground, Dolomoti 884.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 280 ready to taxi.
Taxi to ramp, via November, Air Cairo 2940.
Continue taxi, Lufthansa 1011. Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1011 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 right, clear to land, Air Algeria 2070.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 760 heavy.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Lufthansa 210.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait, Lufthansa 1128.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 1162.
Hold position, Lufthansa 13.
Taxi to ramp, via Mai.
Pushback up. Pushback approved, expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 806. Pushback approved, expect runway 07 center, Ocean 202.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land, Lufthansa 1055.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1128. Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 402 heavy.
Runway 07 right, clear to land. Etihad 7 heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Dolomoti 8042. Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 394.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1.
Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1162.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 450 heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 760 heavy.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 402 heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 624 heavy.
Taxi to ramp, via November. Postman 6717 heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima.
Frankfurt ground, Ocean 1220 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 811 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Eurowings 6612 on final.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 422 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 210 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1552 ready to taxi.
Runway 07 center, via November, November 4, Lima. Ocean 202.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1521 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn left heading 0. Lufthansa 624.
Runway 07 center, line up and with. Lufthansa 130.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 498 heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 450 heavy.
Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 1110. Runway 07 left via November 5. Papa 14. Lufthansa 1110. Runway 07 left via November. Papa 1. Lufthansa 1110.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land. Lufthansa 905.
Negative. Taxi is blocked. Egypt Air 785 heavy. Ocean 202. Ocean 202. Negative. Taxi is blocked. Egypt Air 785 heavy. Ocean 202. Ocean 202.
Continue taxi. Egypt Air 785 heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 806.
Taxi to ramp, via Mike. Air Algeria 2070.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1128 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1300 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1162 ready to taxi.
07 Center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Lufthansa 130.
Runway 07 Center, line up and wait. Condor 11 Heavy.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Lufthansa 760 Heavy. Runway 07 left, clear to land, Lufthansa 9043.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November. Lufthansa 1055.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Lufthansa 1178. Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 1178. Push back approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1178.
Command property error. Ocean 68 heavy. Negative. Pushback truck. Ocean. Pushback approved. Expect runway.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Gathane 288 heavy. Negative. Unknown command. Gathane 288 heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Gathane 288 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Mike, Etihad 7 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via November, Etihad 7. Taxi to ramp via November 3, Etihad 7 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via November 5, hold short of taxiway November 5, Etihad 7 Heavy.
Runway 07 Center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Condor 11 Heavy.
Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 760 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1310.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Ocean 68 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 1372.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Isaiah 521.
Hold position. Lufthansa 1372.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Gathane 288 heavy.
Crossed runway 07 center, Etihad 7 Heavy.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Lufthansa 1545.
Taxi to Ram, via November. Lufthansa 905.
Runway 07 center via Lima.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact depart. Negative. Unknown command. Dolomoti 8042. Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Dolomoti 8042.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3. Lufthansa 450 heavy.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1055.
Continue taxi. Lufthansa 1372.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Type jet 4578.
Command property error. Vietnam Airlines 36 heavy. Negative. Need pushback truck. Vietnam Airlines 36 heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Vietnam Airlines 36 heavy. Runway 07 center via Lima. Isaiah 521. Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1500. Contact departure. Dolomoti 8042.
Negative. Unknown command. Lufthansa 630 heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Lufthansa 630 heavy.
Negative. I'm on another runway. Lufthansa 1385. Runway 07 left. Clear to land. Lufthansa 138.
Taxi to ramp via November. Hold short of taxiway November 8. Lufthansa 9043.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 394.
Negative. Unable. Lufthansa 806. Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 806.
Runway 18. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 450 heavy.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Type jet 4578.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 1372.
Continue taxi. Etihad 7 heavy.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 450 heavy. Runway 18. Cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 450 heavy.
Runway 18. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 498 heavy.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Lufthansa 630 heavy.
Continue taxi. Etihad 7 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center. Air Baltic 242.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Shangfeng 7501 heavy.
Taxi to ramp. Lufthansa 1545. Stand by. Lufthansa 1282.
Runway 07 center via Lima. Vietnam Airlines 36 heavy.
Negative. Invalid target. Lufthansa 806. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Ocean 68 Heavy.
Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 498 Heavy.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 130 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 402 Heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Egypt Air 785 Heavy on final 07 right. Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 624 Heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1310 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Condor 11 Heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Postman 6717 Heavy and final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Air Algeria 2070 on final 07 right.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Ocean 68 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1178.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 394 ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Continue taxi, Lufthansa 9043.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1055 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, Etihad 7 heavy on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Dolomoti 8042 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 760 heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Air Baltic 242.
Cross runway 07 center, Lufthansa 1545.
Runway 18 at Lima, type jet 4578. Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, type jet 4578.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Cathay 288 Heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1110.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 806 ready to taxi. Frankfurt ground, Ocean 202 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1110 ready for taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 450 heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Friction 683 Mike.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 905 on final 07 left.
Taxi to ramp, via Papa 1, Whiskey, Sierra, Shangfeng 7501 heavy.
Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, type jet 4578.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Cathay 288 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 630 heavy.
Negative, I'm on the ground. United 47 heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 1282.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Austrian 210.
Cross runway 18, Shangfeng 7501 heavy.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 498 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa.
Turn right heading 180, Cathay 288 heavy.
Frankfurt ground, Ocean 68 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1178 ready for taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1545 on final 07 right.
Frankfurt ground, Cathay 288 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1385 on final 07 left.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff, on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 630 heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. I say a 521. Frankfurt ground, I say a 521 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1372 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Jet 4578 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 630 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Shangfeng 7501 heavy on final 07 left.
Runway 07 center, via Lima, United 47 heavy.
Runway 07 center, via Lima, Austrian 210.
Frankfurt ground, Vietnam Airlines 36 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Air Baltic 242 ready for taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Friction 683 Mike on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1282 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, United 47 heavy ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Austrian 210 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1142 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Pad Aviation 67 X-ray with information Kilo, ready to start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, City 1768.
Frankfurt Tower, Trilankan 501 heavy on final 07 left. Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 594 heavy with information Kilo, requesting push and start. Runway 07 left, cleared to land, Trilankan 501 heavy.
Frankfurt ground, Dark Knight 71 Quebec with information Kilo, requesting push and start. Frankfurt ground, Pounder 2062 heavy with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Turkish 1588 heavy with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. I say a 521.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1372.
Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Air Baltic 242.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa cargo 8400 heavy with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Sky Travel 43 Juliet with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Shamrock 651 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Runway 07 center, via Lima, City 1768.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Turkish 7735.
Frankfurt ground, City 1768 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 590 heavy with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lufthansa 1372.
Command property error. Air Baltic 242. Runway 18, clear for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Air Baltic 242.
Command requirement missing. Vietnam Airlines 36 Heavy. Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Vietnam Airlines 36 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Papa 1, Romeo. Friction 683 Mike.
Runway 18 via Whiskey. Lima 13, Austrian 210. Negative. Taxiway not found. Austrian 210. Runway 18 at Whiskey 3, Austrian 210. Runway 18 cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Austrian 210.
Runway 07 right, cleared to land. Contour 1663.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land. City Ireland 675.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Vietnam Airlines 36 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 1282.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Turkish 7735.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 908.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Sri Lankan 501 Heavy. Command wrong start. Sri Lankan 501 Heavy. Negative. Unknown command. Sri Lankan 501 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via November. Sri Lankan 501 Heavy.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Qatari 67 Heavy. Negative, use only with takeoff. Lufthansa 1282. Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1282. Runway 07 center, line up and wait. United 47 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 1472.
Runway 07 center, via Lima, Lufthansa 908.
Frankfurt Tower, City Ireland 675 on final 07 left.
Frankfurt Tower, contour 1663.
Negative. I'm arrival. Friction 683 Mike. Cross runway 18, friction 683 Mike.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. United 47 Heavy.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. City 1768.
Frankfurt ground, Turkish 7735 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt Tower, Qatari 67 Heavy on final 07 left.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 908 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1472 ready to taxi. Runway 07 center, via Lima, Lufthansa 1472.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 1531 on final 07 left.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 18, Dolomodi 8826.
Command requirement missing. Lufthansa 1531. Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 1531. Enter final runway 07 center, Lufthansa 1531. Runway 07 center, clear to land, Lufthansa 1531.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, City 1768.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Ocean 1600.
Frankfurt Tower, broadsword 712 on final 07 right. Runway 0.
Frankfurt ground, Gulf Air 16 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp via November. City Ireland 675.
Frankfurt ground, Dolomodi 8826, ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 182 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1540 with information Kilo.
Continue taxi, Dolomodi 8.
Runway 07 left, clear to land, Croatia 412. Taxi to ramp, via November, Qatari 67 heavy.
Frankfurt ground, Ocean 1600, ready to taxi.
Pushback approved.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 0.
Runway 07 center, via Lima, Ocean 1600.
Frankfurt ground, Condor 2016 heavy with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Ocean 306 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Cross runway 07 center, Condor 1663.
Frankfurt ground, Condor 1594 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 07 center, Lufthansa 850.
Frankfurt ground, Aegean 531 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1060 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Runway Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1480 ready to taxi.
ground, Lufthansa 1348 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Runway 18, Lufthansa 542 Heavy. Runway 07 center, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Turkish 7735.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait. Lufthansa 908.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1204 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Runway 18, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 4,500, contact departure. Dolomodi 8826. Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 850 ready to taxi.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1366 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp, Lufthansa 1531.
Runway 07 center, via Lima. Lufthansa 850.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1216 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Runway 18, line up and wait. Lufthansa 542 Heavy.
Taxi to Ram, via Mike. Broadsword 712.
Frankfurt ground, City 1766 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Sun Express 145 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Delta 15 Heavy with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 1296 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Frankfurt ground, Air Nostrum 8707 with information Kilo, requesting push and start.
Runway 07 center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 908.
Runway 07 center, line up and wait.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 542 Heavy. Runway 18, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 542 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp, Croatia 412.
Frankfurt Tower, Sorter 167 on final 07 left.
Departure on 120.8. Dolomodi 8826. Good day.
Runway 07 left, clear to land. Sorter 167.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 908.
Runway 07 Center, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1472.
Negative. Unknown command. Ocean 1600. Negative. Need correct runway. Ocean 1600.
Negative. Taxiway not found. Command property error. Lufthansa 1480. Runway 18 at Whiskey 3. Lufthansa 1480. Runway 18, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 1480.
Run.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 1069er on final 28. Runway 28, clear to land, Swiss 1069er.
Zurich Tower, Eurowings 7760 on final 28. Runway 28, clear to land, Eurowings 7760.
Zurich Tower, Yataro 572 on final 28. Runway 28, cleared to land, Yataro 572.
Zurich Tower, Finnair 1511 on final 28.
Taxi to ramp, Swiss 1069er. Cross runway 34, Swiss 1069er.
Runway 28, cleared to land, Finnair 1511.
Zurich ground, Air Serbia 371 with information Delta, requesting push and start. Negative, I'm on the ground. Air Serbia 371. Pushback approved, expect runway 34. Air Serbia 371.
Zurich ground, Swiss 1248 with information Delta, requesting push and start.
Cross runway 34, taxi to RAM, Eurowings 7760. Hold short of taxiway November, Eurowings 7760.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Swiss 1248. Pushback approved, expect runway 34. Swiss 1248.
Zurich Tower, City Ireland 601 on final 28.
Zurich ground, Air Serbia 371 ready to taxi. Runway 34. Air Serbia 371.
Runway 28, clear to land. City Ireland 601.
Taxi to ramp. Utaro 572.
Zurich Tower. Fraction 746 on final 28.
Cross runway 28. Air Serbia 371.
Runway 28. Clear to land. Fraction 746.
Zurich ground. Swiss 1248 ready to taxi. Runway 34 at Echo 8 via Echo. Swiss 1248.
Cross runway 34, Utaro 572. Continue taxi, Eurowing 7760.
Runway 34 via Echo at Echo 8. Air Serbia 371.
Hold position, Utaro 572.
Taxi to ramp. Thinner 1511. Taxi to ramp. Via Echo 6. Thinner 1511.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 34, Swiss 16 heavy. Zurich ground, Swiss 16 heavy with information hotel, requesting push and start. Continue taxi, Utaro 572.
Runway 34 cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Swiss 1248.
Runway 34, line up and wait. Air Serbia 371.
Cancel takeoff. Swiss 1248. Runway 28. Swiss 1248. Continue taxi. Swiss 1248. Runway 34. Swiss 1248.
Zurich ground, Swiss 16 heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 34, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Air Serbia 371.
Taxi to ramp. City Ireland 601.
Runway 34, via Echo. Swiss 16 heavy.
Runway 28, clear to land. Swiss 155 heavy.
Cross runway 34. Thin air 1511.
Cross runway 34. City Ireland 601.
Taxi to ramp. Via Echo. Thin air 1511.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 155 heavy on final 28.
Cross runway 28, Swiss 16 heavy.
Taxi to ramp. Fraction 746. Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Fraction 746. Zurich Tower, head and air 125 on final 28.
Zurich ground, Edelweiss 140 with information hotel, requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 34. Edelweiss 140.
Zurich ground. Flyer 876 formed with information hotel, requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 34. Flyer 8764.
Departure on 125.95. Head and air 125. Good day.
Runway 34, line up and wait. Swiss 16 heavy.
Zurich Tower, Croatia 460 on final 28.
Zurich ground, Edelweiss 140 ready to taxi.
Departure on 125.05, Croatia 460. Good day.
34 at Echo 8, Edelweiss 140.
Runway 34, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Swiss 16 Heavy.
Negative. Invalid target. Flyer 8764. Runway 34. Via Echo. Echo 8. Flyer 8764. Runway 34. Via Echo. Cross runway 34. Cross runway 28. Flyer 8764. Runway 34. Via Echo. Cross runway 28. Flyer 8764. Runway 34 and Echo 8 via Echo. Cross runway 28. Flyer 8764.
Taxi to ramp. Swiss 155 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Bravo. Swiss 155 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Bravo. Swiss 155 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Lima. For crossing traffic. Swiss 155 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Lima. For crossing traffic. Swiss 155 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Lima. For crossing traffic. Swiss 155 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Lima. For crossing traffic. Swiss 155 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Bravo. Swiss 155 Heavy. Runway 34, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Edelweiss 140. Cross runway 34, Swiss 155 Heavy.
Zurich ground. Flyer 8764 ready for taxi.
Zurich ground. Edelweiss 382 with information. Juliet. Requesting push and start.
Zurich Tower, Europa 1675 on final 34.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 34. Edelweiss 382.
Runway 34, clear to land, Europa 1675.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 34. Swiss 188 Heavy.
Runway 34, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Flyer 8764.
Zurich ground. Swiss 188 Heavy with information Juliet. Requesting push and start.
Zurich ground. Edelweiss 382 ready to taxi. Runway 34 at Echo 8. Edelweiss 382.
Zurich ground. Swiss 188 heavy ready to taxi. Runway 34, via Echo. Swiss 188 heavy. Cross runway 28. Swiss 188 heavy.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Edelweiss 382. Runway 34, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Edelweiss 382. Zurich ground. Swiss 1830 with information. Juliet. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Swiss 1830.
Runway 34, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Swiss 188 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 34. Swiss 2110.
Zurich ground. Swiss 1830 ready to taxi.
Taxi to ramp. Europa 1675. Taxi to ramp via Echo 2. Europa 1675.
Runway 32. Cross runway 28. Swiss 1830.
Zurich ground. Swiss 2110 with information, Juliet. Requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp via Echo Mike. Europa 1675.
Zurich ground. Lufthansa 2377 with information Juliet requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Lufthansa 2377.
Command wrong start. Swiss 1830.
Command property error. Swiss 188 heavy. Turn left heading 320. Swiss 188 heavy.
Negative. Say again. The negative command could only be used by itself. Command requirement missing. Swiss 1830. Runway 32. Clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn right heading 340. Swiss 1830.
Runway 34, Swiss 2110.
Runway 34, clear to land. Croatia 460.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 34. Swiss 2066.
Cross runway 28, Europa 1675.
Zurich ground, Swiss 2110 ready to taxi.
Zurich Tower, Croatia 460 on final 34.
Zurich ground. Swiss 2066 with information Juliet requesting push and start.
Zurich ground. Lufthansa 2377 ready to taxi.
Runway 34, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Swiss 2110.
Zurich ground. Swiss 2066 ready to taxi. Zurich ground. Turkish cargo 6334 heavy with information Juliet requesting push and start. Runway 34 via Echo 2 at Echo 8. Swiss 2066. Runway 34 via Echo. Echo 8. Swiss 2066. Pushback approved. Expect runway 34. Turkish cargo 6334 heavy.
Runway 32, cross runway 28. Lufthansa 2377.
Zurich Tower, head and air 125 on final 34. Runway 34, clear to land. Head in Air 125.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 34. Fueling 6247.
Runway 32, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 2377.
Runway 34, Turkish Cargo 6334 Heavy. Zurich ground, Turkish Cargo 6334 Heavy ready to taxi.
Zurich ground. Fueling 6247 with information Juliet. Requesting push and start.
Runway 34, line up and wait. Swiss 2066.
Taxi to ramp, via Echo. Croatia 460. Cross runway 28, Croatia 460.
Stand by, Swiss 750.
Runway 34, via Echo. At Echo 8. Fueling 6247. Zurich ground. Fueling 6247 ready to taxi.
Runway 34, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 360, Swiss 2066. Zurich ground, Swiss 750 with information Juliet, requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Hold position. Swiss 750.
Hold position. Croatia 460.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 2277 on final 34. Runway 34, clear to land. Helvetic 2277.
Zurich ground, Swiss 750 ready to taxi. Runway 34, Swiss 750. Runway 34, via Foxtrot, Swiss 750. Runway 34, via Foxtrot 1, Swiss 750.
Continue taxi. Croatia 460.
Command wrong start. Turkish Cargo 6334 Heavy. Runway 34, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turkish Cargo 6334 Heavy.
Taxi to April via Bravo, Zulu, Zulu 1, head on Air 125.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Alpine 7572.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 1679 on final 34.
Zurich ground. Alpine 7572 with information Juliet. Requesting push and start.
Runway 34, clear to land. Helvetic 1679.
Runway 34, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 360. Vueling 6247.
Zurich ground. American 903 Heavy with information Juliet. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. American 903 Heavy.
Zurich ground. Alpine 7572 ready to taxi. Runway 32 via Bravo. Alpine 7572. Cross runway 28. Alpine 7572.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 1165 on final 34. Negative, I'm on another runway. Helvetic 1165. Runway 34, cleared to land. Helvetic 1165.
Runway 32, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Alpine 7572.
Zurich ground. American 903 Heavy ready to taxi. Runway 32, 5 Bravo. American 903 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Helvet at 2277. Cross runway 28. Helvet at 2277.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Air France 1115.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 815 on final 34. Runway 34, clear to land, Swiss 815.
Zurich ground, Air France 1115 with information Lima, requesting push and start.
Zurich ground, Swiss 370 with information Lima, requesting push and start.
Runway 32, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. American 903 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Swiss 370.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Helvetic 1679. Cross runway 28. Hold short of taxiway November. Helvetic 1679.
Zurich ground, Air France 1115 ready to taxi.
Zurich Tower, Sunturk 9047 on final 34. Runway 34, cleared to land. Sunturk 9047.
Runway 32, via Zulu. Bravo. Air France 1115. Runway 32, via Foxtrot. Alpha. Bravo. Air France 1115.
Zurich ground, Swiss 370 ready to taxi. Negative, I'm departure. Swiss 370.
Runway 34,
Cleared to land. Helvetic 1661.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Helvetic 1165.
Continue taxi. Helvetic 1679.
Cross runway 28. Air France 1115.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 1661 on final 34.
Zurich ground, lot 412 with information Lima. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Lot 412. Runway 32 via Foxtrot. Alpha, Bravo, enter. Swiss 370. Runway 32 via Foxtrot. Alpha, Bravo, Swiss 370. Cross runway 28, Swiss 370.
Cross runway 28. Helvetic 1165.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Swiss 815.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 451 on final 34. Runway 34, cleared to land, Helvetic 451.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. United 135 heavy.
Runway 32, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Air France 1115.
Zurich ground. United 135 heavy with information Lima. Requesting push and start.
Zurich ground, lot 412 ready to taxi.
Zurich ground. Singapore 345 heavy with information Lima. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Singapore 345 heavy.
Runway 32 via Foxtrot. Alpha, Bravo, lot 412.
Cross runway 28. Swiss 815.
Taxi to ramp, via Echo, Sunturk 9047.
Zurich Tower. Swiss 15 heavy on final 34. Runway 34, clear to land. Swiss 15 heavy.
Runway 32. United 135 heavy. Zurich ground. United 135 heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 32, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Swiss 370.
Zurich ground. Singapore 345 heavy ready to taxi. Command wrong start. Singapore 345 heavy.
Runway 32 via Bravo. Singapore 345 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Helvetic 1661.
Runway 32, line up and wait. United 135 heavy.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 65 heavy on final 3-4. Runway 34, clear to land. Swiss 65 heavy. Negative, unable to land to this runway. The runway is too short for a landing. Swiss 65 heavy.
Cross runway 28, lot 412.
Runway 32, cleared for takeoff. United 135 heavy. Runway 32, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. United 135 heavy. Runway 32, line up and wait. Singapore 345 heavy.
Zurich ground, allowing 7761 with information Lima, requesting push and start.
Cross runway 28, Helvetic 1661.
Pushback approved, expect runway 32, allowing 7761.
Hold short of taxiway November, Helvetic 1661.
Runway 34, clear to land. Swiss 93 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Helvetic 451.
Negative, need pushback truck, easy 8114. Pushback approved, expect runway 32, easy 8114.
Runway 32, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Singapore 345 heavy.
Runway 32, line up and wait. Lot 412.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 93 heavy on final 3-4.
Zurich ground, easy 8114 with information Lima, requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Swiss 15 heavy.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 53 heavy on final 3-4.
Negative. Unknown command. Helvetic 451. Cross runway 28. Helvetic 451.
Runway 34, clear to land. Swiss 53 heavy.
Runway 32 via Foxtrot. Alpha. Bravo. Cross runway 28. Allowing 7761. Command property error. Easy 8114. Runway 32 at Hotel 2. Easy 8114. Zurich ground. Allowing 7761 ready to taxi.
Runway 32, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lot 412.
Zurich ground. Easy 8114 ready to taxi.
Zurich ground. Prince Aviation 727 Bravo with information Lima. Ready to start. Negative. I don't need pushback truck. Just approve. Prince Aviation 727 Bravo. Approved. Expect runway 28. Prince Aviation 727 Bravo. Continue taxi. Helvetic 1661.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Swiss 65 Heavy.
Zurich Tower, Sierra Papa Charlie Mike Romeo and final 3-4.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Bravo. Juliet. Swiss 65 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Heading 74 heavy.
Runway 32, clear for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Easy 8114.
Runway 34, clear to land. Sierra Papa Charlie Mike Romeo.
Zurich ground. Prince Aviation 727 Bravo ready to taxi. Runway 28. Prince Aviation 727 Bravo.
Zurich ground. Heading 74 heavy with information Lima. Requesting push and start.
Runway 28 via Papa 2. Prince Aviation 727 Bravo. Runway 28. Line up and wait. Prince Aviation 727 Bravo.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Swiss 318.
Negative. Taxiway not found. Swiss 903 Heavy. Taxi to ramp. Via Echo. Bravo. Swiss 903 Heavy.
Zurich ground. Heading 74 heavy ready to taxi.
Zurich ground. Swiss 318 with information Lima. Requesting push and start.
Runway 32. Heading 74 heavy.
Runway 32, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, allowing 7761.
Runway 28, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Prince Aviation 727 Bravo.
Runway 34, cleared to land. Swiss 563. Zurich Tower, Swiss 563 on final 34. Taxi to ramp via Echo. Bravo, Swiss 53 heavy. Zurich ground, Swiss 318 ready to taxi. Runway 32 via Echo. Bravo, Swiss 318. Cross runway 28, Swiss 318. Heading is 335 degrees, Swiss 563.
Runway 34, clear to land, exit at taxiway Echo 6. Sierra Papa Charlie Mike Romeo.
Runway 32, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Etihad 74 heavy.
Command requirement missing. Helvetic 1219er. Runway 34, cleared to land. Helvetic 1219er.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Finnair 1512.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 1219er on final 34.
Zurich ground. Finnair 1512 with information Lima. Requesting push and start.
Runway 32, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn right heading 360. Swiss 318. Cancel takeoff. Swiss 318. Continue taxi. Swiss 318. Negative and known command. Swiss 318. Runway 32, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Swiss 318.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Sierra Papa Charlie Mike Romeo.
Negative. Need pushback first. Finnair 1512. Negative. Need pushback first. Finnair 1512. Runway 32 via Bravo. Finnair 1512. Cross runway 28. Finnair 1512.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. City Ireland 602.
Runway 34, clear to land. Swiss 787. Zurich Tower, Swiss 787 on final 34. Zurich ground, Finnair 1512 ready to taxi. Runway 32, line up and wait. Finnair 1512.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Swiss 563.
Zurich Tower, Elo 347 on final 34. Runway 34, cleared to land. Elo 347.
Zurich ground. City Ireland 602 with information Lima. Requesting push and start. Zurich ground. City Ireland 602 ready to taxi.
Cross runway 28. Swiss 563.
Command property error. Itaro 571.
Runway 28. City Ireland 602.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Itaro 571.
Runway 32, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Finnair 1512.
Hold position. Itaro 571. Zurich Tower, Air Canada 880 heavy on final 34. Zurich ground, Itaro 571 with information Lima, requesting push and start.
Zurich ground, Croatia 461 with information Lima, requesting push and start. Pushback approved, expect runway 32, Croatia 461.
Runway 34, clear to land. Air Canada 880 heavy.
Hold position, Croatia 461.
Continue taxi. Itaro 571.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Helvetic 1219. Cross runway 28. Helvetic 1219.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 2807 on final 34.
Runway 28, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. City Ireland 602.
Runway 34, cleared to land. Swiss 2807. Departure on 125.05, Elo 347. Good day.
Zurich ground, Itaro 571 ready to taxi. Runway 32, Itaro 571.
Taxi to ramp via Echo, Swiss 787.
Continue taxi, Croatia 461.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32, Swiss 400. Zurich ground, Swiss 400 with information Lima, requesting push and start.
Turn right heading 340. City Ireland 602.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 633 on final 34.
Cross runway 28, Itero 571.
Hold short of taxiway November, Swiss 7A7. Runway 34, clear to land, Swiss 633.
Runway 32, via Foxtrot. Bravo. Croatia 461.
Cross runway 28, Swiss 7A7.
Runway 32, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude.
1000. Contact departure. Turn right heading 340. Itero 571.
Zurich ground, Croatia 461 ready to taxi.
Runway 32, via Bravo. Cross runway 28, Swiss 400.
Taxi to ramp via Foxtrot. Swiss 7A7. Taxi to ramp via Echo. Swiss 7A7.
Zurich ground, Swiss 400 ready to taxi.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 1711 on final 34.
Taxi to Ram, via Echo. Air Canada 880 Heavy.
Runway 34, cleared to land. Helvetic 1711.
Runway 32, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Swiss 400.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 1485 on final 34. Runway 34, clear to land. Helvetic 1485.
Taxi to ramp, via Echo. Cross runway 28, Swiss 2807.
Runway 32, line up and wait. Croatia 461.
Cross runway 28, Swiss 2807.
Zurich ground, Swiss 2140 with information Lima, requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 34. Swiss 2140.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Cross runway 28. Swiss 633.
Runway 32, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Croatia 461.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 1017 on final 34. Runway 34, cleared to land, Helvetic 1017.
Hold short of taxiway November. Swiss 633.
Zurich ground. Swiss 2140 ready to taxi. Runway 34 via Foxtrot. Bravo. Cross runway 28. Swiss 2140. Runway 34 via Bravo. Swiss 2140. Runway 32 via Bravo. Swiss 2140. Cross runway 28. Swiss 2140.
Runway 34, cleared to land, Swiss 1413.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Cross runway 28. Helvetic 1711.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 1413 on final 34.
Continue taxi. Swiss 633.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Cross runway 28. Helvetic 1485.
Runway 34, clear to land. ELO 347. Zurich Tower, ELO 347 on final 34.
Approved, expect runway 32, AB land Niner 4 Sierra. Zurich ground, AB land Niner 4 Sierra with information Lima, ready to start. Zurich ground, AB land Niner 4 Sierra ready to taxi.
Zurich Tower, Swiss Niner Heavy on final 3-4.
Continue taxi, cross runway 28, Abilag Niner 4 Sierra.
Runway 32, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Swiss 2140.
Runway 34, clear to land. Swiss Niner Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Echo, Helvetic 1017. Cross runway 28, Helvetic 1017.
Runway 32 cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Abilag Niner 4 Sierra.
Taxi to ramp via Echo, cross runway 28, Swiss 1413.
Negative. Invalid direction. ELO 347.
Zurich ground. Sierra Papa Charlie Mike Romeo with information Lima. Ready to start. Approved expect runway 28. Sierra Papa Charlie Mike Romeo.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. ELO 347. Zurich Tower, Turkish 1907 on final 34. Runway 34, clear to land. Turkish 1907.
Zurich ground. Sierra Papa Charlie Mike Romeo ready to taxi. Runway 28. Sierra Papa Charlie Mike Romeo.
Negative. Taxiway not found. Swiss Niner Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Echo. Swiss Niner Heavy.
Negative. I'm on the ground. Sierra Papa Charlie Mike Romeo. Runway 28. Cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Sierra Papa Charlie Mike Romeo.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 28, November 727 Delta Lima.
Zurich Tower, Austrian 555 on final 34.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 1613 on final 34.
Zurich ground, November 727 Delta Lima with information Lima, requesting push and start.
Runway 34, clear to land. Austrian 555.
Runway 34, cleared to land. Swiss 1613.
Zurich ground, November 727 Delta Lima ready to taxi. Runway 28 via Papatu, November 727 Delta Lima.
Taxi to ramp via Echo, Turkish 1907.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 1671 on final 34. Runway 34, cleared to land, Swiss 1671.
Runway 28, line up and where? November 727 Delta Lima.
Duplicated command. Austrian 555. Taxi to ramp, via Echo. Austrian 555.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 32. Helvetic 2032. Zurich ground. Helvetic 2032 with information Lima. Requesting push and start.
Runway 28, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, November 727 Delta Lima.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 1051 on final 34. Go around. Swiss 1051. Enter final runway 14. Swiss 1051. Departure on 125.95. Swiss 1051. Good day.
Taxi to ramp, via Echo. Swiss 1613.
Cross runway 28, Austrian 555.
Taxi to ramp, via Echo. Cross runway 28, Swiss 1613.
Command property error. Helvetic 2032. Runway 28 via Foxtrot. Alpha. Helvetic 2032. Zurich ground. Helvetic 2032 ready to taxi.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 1267 on final 14. Runway 14, clear to land. Swiss 1267.
Taxi to ramp via Echo. Cross runway 28. Swiss 1671. Negative. Unknown command. Swiss 1671. Hold short at runway 28. Swiss 1671.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 2251 on final 14.
Cross runway 28. Swiss 1671.
Runway 14, clear to land, Swiss 2251.
Runway 28. Line up and wait. Helvetic 2032. Continue taxi. Swiss 1671. Runway 28, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Helvetic 2032.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 1727 on final 14. Runway 14, cleared to land, Swiss 1727.
Exit at Taxiway Hotel 2, Swiss 1267.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 1371 on final 14. Runway 14, clear to land, Helvetic 1371.
Taxi to ramp for crossing traffic, Swiss 1267. Taxi to ramp via Bravo, Echo, cross runway 28, Swiss 1267.
Taxi to ramp via Zulu, Bravo, Echo, cross runway 28, Swiss 2251. Taxi to ramp via Bravo, Echo, cross runway 28, Swiss 2251.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 975 and final 14. Runway 14, cleared to land. Swiss 975.
Exit at Taxiway Hotel 2, Swiss 1727. Taxi to ramp via Juliet, Swiss 1727. Taxi to ramp via Juliet, Alpha, Echo, Swiss 1727. Runway 14, cleared to land, Swiss 1051. Zurich Tower, Swiss 1051 on final 14.
Zurich ground, fraction 383 with information November, ready to start. Approved. Expect runway 28, fraction 383. Zurich ground, fraction 383 ready to taxi. Runway 28, fraction 383. Zurich ground, fraction 383 ready to taxi.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 1443 and final 14.
Runway 28, fraction 383.
Cross runway 28, Swiss 1727.
Taxi to Ram, via Juliet, Alpha, Echo, Helvetic 1371.
Runway 14, clear to land. Helvetic 1443.
Runway 28, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, fraction 383.
Taxi to ramp, via Juliet, Alpha, Echo, Swiss 975.
Runway 14, clear to land, Swiss 725. Zurich Tower, Swiss 725 on final 14.
Cross runway 28, Helvetic 1371.
Negative, unknown command, Swiss 975. cross runway 28, Swiss 975.
Taxi to ramp via Juliet. Echo. Stand by. Swiss 1051. Taxi to ramp via Juliet. Alpha. Echo. Swiss 1051.
Negative. Need pushback truck. United 53 Heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 28. United 53 Heavy.
Runway 14, clear to land. Helvetic 391.
Cross runway 28. Swiss 1051.
Zurich Tower, Helvetic 39er, on final 14.
Zurich ground. United 53 Heavy with information November. Requesting push and start. Zurich ground. United 53 Heavy ready to taxi. Runway 16 via Echo. United 53 Heavy. Runway 16 via Bravo. Echo. United 53 Heavy.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 19er Heavy on final 14. Runway 14, cleared to land. Swiss 19er Heavy.
Duplicated command. Helvetic 1443. Taxi to ramp via Juliet. Alpha. Echo. Helvetic 1443. Cross runway 28. Helvetic 1443.
Taxi to ramp via Juliet, Alpha, Echo, Swiss 725.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 2809er on final 14. Runway 14, clear to land. Swiss 2809er.
Cross runway 28, Swiss 725. Command property error. Helvetic 3901. Negative. Taxiway not found. Helvetic 3901. Taxi to ramp via Juliet. Helvetic 3901. Taxi to ramp via Juliet. Alpha. Echo. Helvetic 3901. Cross runway 28, Helvetic 3901.
Runway 14, cleared to land. Swiss 317. Zurich Tower, Swiss 317 on final 14.
Zurich ground, Europa 1676 with information November, requesting push and start.
Command property error. Swiss 19er heavy. Taxi to ramp. Swiss 19er heavy.
Runway 16, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. United 53 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 28, Europa 1676.
Zurich Tower, Swiss 1953 on final 14. Runway 14, clear to land. Swiss 1953.
Taxi to ramp via Juliet. Echo 6, Swiss 2809er. Taxi to ramp via Juliet. Swiss 2809er.
Runway 14, cleared to land. 8 of ice 403.
Taxi to ramp via Delta. Swiss 2809er.
Zurich Tower, Edelweiss 403 and final 14.
Zurich ground, Europa 1676 ready to taxi. Zurich ground, Mosquito 7 Golf with information November, ready to start. Approved, expect runway 28. Mosquito 7 Golf. Runway 28, via Mike, Echo 2, Echo, Europa 1676. Runway 34, via Mike, Echo 2, Echo, Europa 1676. Runway 28, via Echo 5, Europa 1676. Runway 28, via Foxtrot, Europa 1676. Zurich ground, Mosquito 7 Golf ready to taxi. Runway 28, Mosquito 7 Golf. Runway 28, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Mosquito 7 Golf.
Taxi to ramp via Juliet, Echo, Alpha, Swiss 317. Taxi to ramp via Juliet, Alpha, Echo, Swiss 317.
Duplicated command, Europa 1676. Runway 28, Vienna, Alpha, Europa 1676.
Zurich Tower, Shamrock 342 on final 14. Runway 14, cleared to land, Shamrock 342.
Negative, invalid target, Swiss 317. Cross runway 28, Swiss 317.
Zurich ground, Helvetic 1222 with information November, requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp via Juliet, Alpha, Echo, Swiss 1953.
Command property error, Helvetic 1222. Pushback approved facing southwest, Helvetic 1222.
Zurich ground, Sunturk 9048 with information November, requesting push and start. Command requirement missing. Sunturk 9048. Pushback approved. Expect runway 28. Sunturk 9048.
Taxi to ramp via Juliet Alpha Echo Edelweiss 403.
Runway 28, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Europa 1676.
Zurich ground. Helvetic 1222 ready to taxi. Negative. No suitable company found. Helvetic 1222. Negative. Invalid target. Helvetic 1222. Negative. I'm on the ground. Helvetic 1222. Negative. I'm departure. Helvetic 1222. Duplicated command. Helvetic 1222. Runway 28 via Foxtrot. Stand by. Helvetic 1222.
Negative. Unknown command. Swiss 1953. Cross runway 28. Swiss 1953.
Negative. I'm on another runway. Sunturk 9038. Runway 14. Clear to land. Sunturk 9038.
Runway 28. Sunturk 9048.
Cross runway 28. Edelweiss 403.
Runway 28 via inner. Helvetic 1222.
Zurich ground. Sunturk 9048 ready to taxi.
Zurich Tower. Sunturk 9038 on final 14. Runway 28 via Foxtrot. Inner. Helvetic 1222. Taxi to ramp via Juliet. Shamrock 342. Taxi to ramp via Delta. Shamrock 342.
Negative. Say again. The negative command can only be used by itself. Sunturk 9048. Runway 28. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Sunturk 948.
Runway 28 via Echo, Alpha, Helvetic 1222. Command property error, Sunturk 9038. Taxi to ramp, Sunturk 9038. Runway 28, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure, Helvetic 1222.
Zurich ground, Swiss 2254 with information November, requesting push and start. Pushback approved, expect runway 28, Swiss 2254.
Zurich Tower, Speedbird 712 on final 14.
Zurich ground, Swiss 2254 ready to taxi.
Runway 14, clear to land. Speedbird 712.
Runway 10, via Echo. Swiss 2254. Cross runway 16, Swiss 2254.
Zurich ground, Swiss 252 with information November, requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 10. Swiss 252.
Runway 10, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Swiss 2254. Runway 14, cleared to land. Speedbird 752.
Taxi to ramp. Speedbird 712.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 10. Swiss 332.
Runway 16, via Echo. Cross runway 28. Swiss 252.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 16. Turkish 1908. Zurich Tower. Speedbird 752 and final 14.
Zurich ground. Swiss 252 ready to taxi.
Zurich ground. Swiss 332 ready to taxi. Runway 16, via Echo. Swiss 332. Cross runway 28, Swiss 332.
Runway 16, via Echo. Turkish 1908. Zurich ground. Turkish 1908 ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 16. Cathay 382 heavy.
Zurich ground. Swiss 332 with information November. Requesting push and start.
Zurich ground. Turkish 1908 with information November. Requesting push and start. Taxi to ramp. Speedbird 752.
Zurich ground. Cathay 382 heavy with information November. Requesting push and start. Zurich ground. Cathay 382 heavy ready to taxi. Runway 16, via Echo. Cathay 382 heavy.
Runway 16, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turkish 1908.
Runway 16, line up and wait. Swiss 252.
Zurich ground. Helvetic 918 with information November. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 16. Helvetic 918.
Zurich Tower. Sun Express 120 on final 14. Runway 14. Cleared to land. Sun Express 120.
Runway 16, line up and wait. Swiss 332.
Zurich ground. Swiss 1376 with information November. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 16. Swiss 1376.
Runway 16, cleared for takeoff, on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Swiss 252.
Zurich ground. Helvetic 9er 18 ready to taxi. Runway 16, via Echo. Helvetic 9er 18. Command property error. Helvetic 9er 18.
Runway 16, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn right heading 0. Swiss 332. Runway 16, cleared for takeoff. Cancel takeoff. Swiss 332. Runway 16, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Swiss 332.
Runway 16, line up and wait. Cathay 382 heavy.
Runway 16, via Echo. Swiss 1376.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 16. Swiss 2156.
Zurich ground. Swiss 1376 ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. American 101 Heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start. Command property error. American 101 Heavy. Pushback approved facing northeast. American 101 Heavy. Negative, I'm not at terminal. American 101 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Finn A1332 Heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Finn A1332 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Speed Bird 57 Alpha Super with information Bravo. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speed Bird 57 Alpha Super.
Heathrow ground. Saudia 110 Heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start. Heathrow ground. American 101 Heavy ready to taxi. Runway 09 right. American 101 Heavy.
Heathrow Tower. Speedbird 437 on final 09er left.
Negative. Unknown command. Saudia 110 Heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Saudia 110 Heavy.
Runway 09er left. Clear to land. Speedbird 437.
Runway 09 right. Finn A1332 Heavy. Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Finn A1332 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Foxtrot. Alpha. American 101 Heavy. Runway 09 right, via Echo. Alpha. American 101 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. At November Bravo 8. Speed Bird 57 Alpha Super.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er left. Speedbird 778.
Heathrow ground. Finn A1332 Heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speed Bird 57 Alpha Super ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 778 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow Tower. Speedbird 252 Heavy on final 09er left. Runway 09er left. Cleared to land. Speedbird 252 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Saudia 110 Heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 620 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09 right, via Sierra. Saudia 110 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er left. Speed Bird 620.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 778 ready to taxi. Runway 09 or left. Speedbird 778. Runway 09 or left. Cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 778.
Heathrow Tower, Speed Bird 19er for heavy on final 09er left.
Runway 09 right at November Bravo 8. Fin Air 1332 heavy.
Runway 09 right at November Bravo 8. American 101 heavy.
Departure on 120.52. Speedbird 437. Good day.
Negative. M in the air. Speed Bird 19er for heavy. Runway 09er left. Clear to land. Speed Bird 19er for heavy.
Runway 09 right. Cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 57 Alpha Super.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Singapore 305 heavy.
Heathrow ground. Speed Bird 620 ready to taxi. Runway 09er right via Alpha. Speed Bird 620. Command property error. Speed Bird 620. Negative, invalid target. Speed Bird 620. Negative, taxiway not found. Speed Bird 620.
Heathrow Tower, American 136 heavy on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground. Singapore 305 heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, United 879er heavy with information Bravo, requesting push and start.
Negative, taxiway not found. Speed Bird 620.
Standby, United 879er heavy.
Heathrow ground. Virgin 5 heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Virgin 5 heavy.
Runway 09 left. Clear to land. American 136 heavy.
Runway 09er right at November Bravo 8. Speed Bird 620.
Runway 09 right, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Fin Air 1332 heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. American 101 heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Singapore 305 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. United 879er heavy.
Taxi to Ram via Alpha. Speedbird 252 heavy.
Runway 09 left, clear to land. Air France 1580. Heathrow ground. Singapore 305 heavy ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 165 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 143 heavy.
Heathrow Tower, Air France 1580 on final 09 left. Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Virgin 5 heavy. Heathrow ground. Virgin 5 heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. American 101 heavy. Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Saudi 110 heavy.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 143 heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. United 879er heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 165 heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09er right via Alpha. United 879er heavy.
Runway 09er left. Clear to land. Speedbird 855.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 19er 4 heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speedbird 165 heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Saudi 110 heavy.
Heathrow Tower. Speedbird 855 on final 09er left.
Runway 09er right. Line up and wait. Speedbird 620.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speedbird 143 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Speedbird 654.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 165 heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 143 heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 654 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Shuttle 4 Delta with information Bravo. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Shuttle 4 Delta.
Command property error. Virgin 5 heavy. Runway 09er right. Line up and wait. Virgin 5 heavy.
Runway 09er right. Clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Speedbird 620.
Taxi to ramp, via Alpha. American 136 heavy.
Heathrow Tower. Speedbird 296 heavy on final 09 left. Runway 09 left. Cleared to land. Speedbird 296 heavy.
Stand by. Speedbird 253 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 654 ready to taxi.
Turn right heading 180. Speedbird 620.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Virgin 5 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 143 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha, Air France 1580. Taxi to ramp via Lima, Alpha, Air France 1580.
Stand by. Virgin 302 Heavy.
Runway 09 right at November 7. Speedbird 654.
Runway 09 left, clear to land. Speedbird 437.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Shuttle 4 Delta.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 253 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 490.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 143 Heavy.
Turn right heading 180, Virgin 5 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 165 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Shuttle 4 Delta ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 437 on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 253 Heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 855.
Runway 09 right, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 180. Speedbird 654.
Runway 09 left, cleared to land. Air India 111 Heavy.
Command property error. Speedbird 253 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha A. November 7. Speedbird 490. Runway 09 right, via Alpha, at November Bravo A. Speedbird 490.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speedbird 253 Heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 484.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Virgin 302 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 992.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 296 Heavy. Heathrow Tower, Air India 111 Heavy on final 09 left.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Logan 652.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 490 ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 253 Heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 165 heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Singapore 305 Heavy.
Runway 09 left, cleared to land. Virgin 138 Heavy.
Cross runway 09 right, Air France 1580.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Lot 282.
Heathrow Tower, Virgin 138 Heavy on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 484 ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 992 ready to taxi. Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speedbird 992.
Runway 09 right, clear to take off on reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Singapore 305 Heavy.
Turn right heading 180, Speedbird 165 Heavy.
Runway 09 right via Alpha. Virgin 302 Heavy.
Runway 09 right via Alpha. Speedbird 484.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 490.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Shuttle 4 Delta.
Heathrow ground. Virgin 302 Heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Logan 652 ready to taxi.
Hold position. Air France 1580.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 182 Heavy on final 09er left.
Negative. Invalid target. Air France 1580. Continue taxi. Air France 1580.
Runway 09 right via Alpha. Lot 282.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Logan 652.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Speedbird 490. Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 180. Speedbird 490.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 437.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 574.
Runway 09er left, cleared to land. Speedbird 182 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Air India 111 Heavy. Exit at taxiway Alpha 6. Air India 111 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Kilo. Air India 111 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Shamrock 381.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Air China 850 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Shuttle 4 Delta.
Runway 09 left, cleared to land. Shamrock 158.
Runway 09 right, line up and with. United 879er Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Lot 282 ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower, Shamrock 158 on final 09 left.
Stand by. Lufthansa 903.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 574 ready to taxi.
Turn left heading 0. Shuttle 4 Delta.
Heathrow ground. Virgin 302 Heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start. Heathrow ground. Shamrock 381 ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Speedbird 814.
Taxi to Ram via Kilo, Sierra, Bravo, Virgin 138 Heavy. Taxi to Ram via Kilo, Bravo, Virgin 138 Heavy.
Runway 09er right via Alpha, Shamrock 381. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right, Lufthansa 903.
Runway 09er right, via Alpha. Air China 850 Heavy.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, United 879er Heavy.
Runway 09er right. Line up and wait. Speedbird 253 Heavy.
Command property error. Speedbird 992.
Runway 09er left. Clear to land. Lufthansa 904.
Taxi to Ram via Kilo, Alpha, Virgin 138 Heavy.
Runway 09er right via Alpha, Speedbird 574. Runway 09er right via Alpha, Speedbird 574. Runway 09er right via Charlie, Alpha, Speedbird 574.
Runway 09er right via Alpha. Speedbird 814.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Iberia 3175 Heavy.
Runway 09er right via Echo. Alpha. Speedbird 814.
Taxi to Ram, via Alpha. Speedbird 182 Heavy.
Runway 09er right. Cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Speedbird 253 Heavy.
Runway 09er right. Line up and wait. Speedbird 992.
Runway 09er left. Cleared to land. Shuttle 19er uniform.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Itaro 247.
Runway 09er right via Alpha, Lufthansa 903.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. American 173 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Air China 850 Heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower. Lufthansa 904 on final 09er left.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 180, Speedbird 992.
Runway 09er right. Line up and wait. Speedbird 484.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. American 87 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 814 ready to taxi.
Runway 09er right. Via Bravo, Charlie, Alpha. Iberia 3175 Heavy.
Heathrow ground, Lufthansa 903 ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower. Shuttle 19er uniform on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground. Iberia 3175 Heavy ready to taxi.
Taxi to Ram, via Alpha. Shamrock 158.
Heathrow ground. American 173 Heavy ready to taxi. Runway 09er right, via Alpha. American 173 Heavy.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Speedbird 484. Runway 09 right, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Speedbird 484.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Virgin 302 Heavy.
Negative. Unknown command. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy. Runway 09er left. Clear to land. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy. Heathrow Tower. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground. Itaro 247 ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. American 87 Heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Virgin 302 Heavy.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Lot 282.
Turn left heading 0. Speedbird 484.
Runway 09er right, via Sierra. Itaro 247.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Malaysian 3 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Turkish Cargo 629er Heavy.
Enter final runway 09er right. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy. Departure on 120.52. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy. Good day.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. Virgin 20 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp, via Alpha. Lufthansa 904.
Runway 09er right, via Alpha. American 87 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Speedbird 510.
Runway 09er right, via Echo. Alpha. American 87 Heavy.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Lot 282.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Logan 652.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Scandinavian 526.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Shuttle 19er uniform.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. United 948 Heavy. Heathrow Tower, Virgin 20 Heavy on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground. Turkish Cargo 629er Heavy ready to taxi. Negative, IM not takeoff. Use only with takeoff. Logan 652. Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn left heading 0. Logan 652.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Shamrock 381.
Runway 09er right, at November Bravo 8, Speedbird 814. Negative, I'm on the ground. Speedbird 814. Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 814.
Runway 09 right via Bravo, Echo, Alpha, Speedbird 510.
Runway 09 right. Turkish Cargo 6290 Heavy.
Runway 09 right via Sierra, Malaysian 3 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 180. Speedbird 814.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 185 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 384.
Runway 09 right via Alpha, Scandinavian 526.
Runway 09 left, cleared to land. United 5 Heavy.
Heathrow ground, Malaysian 3 Heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower, United 948 Heavy on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 510 ready to taxi. Heathrow ground, Scandinavian 526 ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower, United 5 Heavy on final 09 left.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Shamrock 381.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Air China 850 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha, Golf, Virgin 20 Heavy.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 490 with information Bravo, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 384 ready for taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 185 Heavy ready to taxi.
Command property error. Speedbird 868. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 868.
Heathrow Tower, Cedar Jet 201 on final 09 left.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Air China 850 Heavy.
Runway 09 left, clear to land. Cedar Jet 201. Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 574.
Command property error. The United 26 Heavy. Pushback approved facing south. The United 26 Heavy.
Runway 09 right via Alpha. Speedbird 185 Heavy.
Runway 09 right via Bravo, Charlie, Alpha. Speedbird 384.
Turn right heading 180. Air China 850 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 574.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Turkish Cargo 6290 Heavy. Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Turkish Cargo 6290 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. United 948 heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Sierra 1, Tango, Echo, Alpha, Speedbird 868. Runway 09 right, via Link 21, Alpha 2, Speedbird 868. Runway 09 right, via Echo, Alpha, Speedbird 868. Runway 09 left, cleared to land. Speedbird 725.
Runway 09er right, via Alpha. The United 26 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Speedbird 676.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turkish Cargo 6290 heavy.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Lufthansa 903.
Hold position. American 87 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Shamrock 915.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. United 5 heavy.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 868 ready to taxi.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. Iberia 3160.
Negative. Taxi is blocked. Speedbird 510. American 87 Heavy. American 87 Heavy.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Lufthansa 903.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Iberia 3175 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Air Malta 101.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 725 on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground. The United 26 Heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09er right via Alpha. Speedbird 676.
Continue taxi. American 87 Heavy.
Heathrow Tower, Iberia 3160 on final 09er left. Negative, I'm departure. Lufthansa 903. Turn right heading 104. Lufthansa 903.
Runway 09er right, via Alpha. Shamrock 915.
Taxi to ramp. Cedar Jet 201.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 676 ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. American 79er Heavy.
Runway 09er right, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Iberia 3175 heavy.
Negative. Unknown command. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy. Enter final runway 09er right. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy. Heathrow Tower. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy at runway 09er right. Negative. I'm in the air. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy. Runway 09er right, clear to land. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy.
Runway 09er right, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Itero 247.
Turn right heading 180, Iberia 3175 Heavy.
Taxi to RAM via Alpha. Speedbird 725.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. American 173 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Shamrock 9er 15 ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower, Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy on final 09er left.
Runway 09er right, via Alpha 4, American 79er Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Air Malta 101 ready to taxi.
Runway 09er right, via Echo, Alpha, American 79er Heavy. Heathrow ground, American 79er Heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. United 923 Heavy.
Hold position, American 79er Heavy.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Stand by. American 173 Heavy.
Taxi to Dasso via Alpha 3, Delta, Iberia 3160. Taxi to Ram via Alpha, Delta, Iberia 3160.
Heathrow Tower, United 923 Heavy on final 09 left.
Heathrow Tower, Aegean 600 on final 09er left. Runway 09er left, clear to land. Aegean 600. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Speedbird 904.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 992 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09er right, continue taxi, American 79er Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Delta 2 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Speedbird 466.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Malaysian 3 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 484 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09er right. Air Malta 101.
Heathrow ground. Logan 652 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Malaysian 3 Heavy.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Speedbird 676.
Taxi to ramp. Emirates Cargo 9er 43 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 904 ready to taxi. Runway 09er right via Alpha. Speedbird 904.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 834.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. Swiss 318. Heathrow Tower, Swiss 318 on final 09er left. Heathrow ground, speed bird 466 ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Singapore 317 Super.
Runway 09er right, via Alpha. Speed bird 466.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Speedbird 676.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Speedbird 510.
Heathrow ground. Lot 282 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp, via Alpha. United 923 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Air China 850 Heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow Tower. Speedbird 4019 final 09er left.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 834 ready to taxi.
Runway 09er left. Clear to land. Speedbird 401.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speedbird 834.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Speedbird 510.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. American 87 Heavy.
Runway 09er right, at November Bravo 8, the United 26 Heavy. Runway 09er right, line up and wait, the United 26 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Virgin 107 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp. Via Alpha. Kilo. Aegean 600.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, the United 26 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Singapore 317 Super ready to taxi. Runway 09er right, via Bravo. Singapore 317 Super. Runway 09er left, cleared to land. Delta 32 Heavy. Heathrow Tower, Delta 32 Heavy on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 574 with information Bravo, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, Shamrock 381 with information Bravo, requesting push and start. Heathrow ground, Lufthansa 903 with information Bravo, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 814 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Itaro 247 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09 right, via Echo. Alpha. Virgin 107 Heavy.
Negative, unable. Command property error. American 87 Heavy. Runway 09 right, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. American 87 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 904.
Heathrow ground, Virgin 107 Heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Iberia 3175 heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Virgin 103 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Swiss 318.
Heathrow Tower. Allowings 90466 on final 09 left. Runway 09 left. Clear to land. Allowings 90466.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff, on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn right heading 180. Speed bird 904. Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Air Malta 101.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Beeline 2094.
Heathrow ground. American 173 heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. American 87 heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp, via Alpha. Speed bird 401.
Heathrow ground. Malaysian 3 heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speed bird 730.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff, on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Air Malta 101.
Runway 09 right. Line up and wait. Scandinavian 526.
Runway 09 right. Via Echo. Alpha. Virgin 103 heavy. Heathrow ground. Virgin 103 heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09 left. Clear to land. Ice Air 450. Heathrow Tower. Ice Air 450 on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground. Beeline 2094 ready to taxi. Runway 09 right. Via Alpha. Beeline 2094.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff, on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Scandinavian 526.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speed bird 834.
Negative, I'm in the air. Delta 32 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. United 230 heavy.
Heathrow ground. Turkish cargo 6290 heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Speed bird 730 ready to taxi.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Delta 32 heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn left heading 0. Speed bird 834.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speed bird 185 heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speed bird 730.
Runway 09 left. Clear to land. Speed bird 473. Heathrow Tower. Speed bird 473 on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground. Speed bird 510 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 536.
Runway 09 right via Bravo. Speedbird 730.
Heathrow ground, United 230 Heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 185 heavy.
Runway 09 right. Line up and wait. Speedbird 384.
Hold position, Shamrock 915.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha, United 230 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Allowings 90466.
Heathrow ground, Scandinavian 526 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 965 on final 09 left. Runway 09 left, clear to land. Speedbird 965.
Runway 09 right. Clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 180. Speedbird 384.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 868.
Continue taxi, Shamrock 915.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 336.
Command, drop the error. Speedbird 536. Negative, I'm on the ground. Allowings 90466. Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speedbird 536.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn left heading 0. Speedbird 868.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Singapore 317 Super.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 536 ready to taxi.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Ice Air 450. Heathrow ground, Speedbird 336 ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 384 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 185 heavy with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow Tower, Air Canada 850 heavy on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 868 with information Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09 left, clear to land. Air Canada 850 heavy.
Runway 09 right via Alpha. Speedbird 336.
Negative, invalid target. Singapore 317 Super.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait, Shamrock 915.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Singapore 317 Super.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Delta 31 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 344.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 473.
Heathrow ground. The United 2-6 Heavy with information. Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 676 with information. Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Shamrock 915 with information. Bravo. Requesting push and start. Heathrow ground. Air Malta 101 with information. Bravo. Requesting push and start. Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff, on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Shamrock 915.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. American 79er Heavy.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. American 194 Heavy. Heathrow Tower, American 194 Heavy on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground. Delta 31 Heavy ready to taxi. Runway 09er right, via Echo, Alpha. Delta 31 Heavy.
Heathrow ground, American 79er Heavy with information. Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Turn left heading 0, Shamrock 9er 15.
Runway 09er right, clear for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. American 79er Heavy.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Speedbird 730. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right, KLM 1010.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 344 ready to taxi.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 965.
Heathrow ground. Delta 2 Heavy with information. Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09er right, Speedbird 344.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn right heading 180. Speedbird 730.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Speedbird 466.
Heathrow Tower, Air Canada A60 Heavy on final 09er left. Turn left 0 degrees. Air Canada A60 Heavy. Runway 09er left, cleared to land. Air Canada A60 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right, hold position. Lufthansa 2473. Heathrow ground, KLM 1010 ready to taxi.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Speedbird 466.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Speedbird 536.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Air Canada 50 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 904 with information. Bravo. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09er right, KLM 1010.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Speedbird 862.
Hold position. United 230 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure, Speedbird 536.
Turn left heading 0. Speedbird 466.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Virgin 107 heavy.
Runway 09 left, cleared to land. Speedbird 813.
Negative, in the air. Air Canada A60 Heavy. Departure on 120.52. Air Canada A60 Heavy. Good day.
Turn right heading 180, Speedbird 536.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha, Lufthansa 2473.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 813 on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground, Lufthansa 2473 ready to taxi.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Virgin 107 heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Virgin 103 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha 8, Golf, American 194 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Alpha, Golf, American 194 Heavy.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird A62 ready to taxi. Runway 09 right, Speedbird 862.
Continue taxi. United 230 heavy.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. Speedbird 949er. Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 949er on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 466 with information Bravo, requesting push and start.
Runway 09 right, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Stand by. Virgin 103 heavy.
Negative, I'm on the ground. Command requirement missing. Beeline 2094. Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Beeline 2094.
Negative, I am in the air. Speedbird 949er.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Speedbird 1412.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 834 with information Bravo, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, Singapore 317 Super with information Charlie, requesting push and start. Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 180, beeline 2094.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 336.
Heathrow Tower, Shuttle 7 Charlie on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground, Virgin 107 heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. Shuttle 7 Charlie.
Heathrow ground, beeline 2094 with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, Virgin 103 heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right, Speedbird 255 heavy.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 1412 ready to taxi.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speed Bird 336.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speed Bird 862.
Runway 09 left. Speed Bird 1412. Runway 09 left, via Alpha. Speed Bird 1412. Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speed Bird 1412.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 813. Taxi to ramp via Echo Alpha. Speedbird 813.
Negative, unknown command. Speed Bird 336. Turn left heading 1. Speed Bird 336.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speed Bird 862.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. KLM 1010.
Runway 09 left. Clear to land. Shuttle 9 Zulu.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speed Bird 255 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speed Bird 560. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Etihad Cargo 9710 heavy.
Heathrow Tower. Shuttle 9 Zulu on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground. Speed Bird 255 heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speed Bird 730 with information Charlie. Requesting push and start. Runway 09 right, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. KLM 1010.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 344.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speed Bird 949.
Heathrow ground, United 230 heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 560 ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speed Bird 536 with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Turkish 1980 heavy.
Heathrow Tower, Speed Bird 226 heavy on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground. Speed Bird 336 with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09 right. Stand by. Etihad Cargo 9710 heavy.
Runway 09 right, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 344.
Heathrow ground. Etihad Cargo 9710 heavy ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. United 17 heavy.
Heathrow ground, Delta 31 heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start. Heathrow Tower, Air Canada A60 heavy on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 344 with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, KLM 1010 with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Runway 09er left, cleared to land. Speedbird 226 heavy. Runway 09er left, cleared to land. Air Canada A60 heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. United 230 heavy.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Delta 31 heavy.
Runway 09er right, via Alpha. Speed Bird 560.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Shuttle 7 Charlie.
Runway 09er right, via Alpha. Turkish 1980 heavy. Heathrow ground, Turkish 1980 heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground, United 17 heavy ready to taxi. Runway 09er right, via Alpha, United 17 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Shuttle 9 Zulu.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Qantas 10 heavy.
Heathrow Tower, speed Bird 991 on final 09 left. Runway 09 left, cleared to land. Speed Bird 991.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Standby. Delta 31 heavy.
Negative, I'm in the air. United 230 heavy. Turn right heading 180. United 230 heavy.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Lufthansa 2473.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Speedbird 75 heavy.
Heathrow ground, Lufthansa 2473 with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 862 with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 2473.
Unknown command, Delta 3-1 Heavy. Negative, I'm departure, Delta 3-1 Heavy. Turn left heading 0, Delta 3-1 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn right heading 52. Lufthansa 2473.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Etihad Cargo 9710 Heavy.
Cancel takeoff. Lufthansa 2473. Runway 09 right, cleared for immediate takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn right heading 180. Lufthansa 2473.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Qantas 10 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp, via Alpha. Speedbird 226 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. American 137 Heavy.
Taxi to ramp, via Alpha. Speedbird 226 Heavy. Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speedbird 75 Heavy.
Runway 09er left, cleared to land. Speedbird 36 Heavy.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Etihad Cargo 9710 Heavy.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Speedbird 255 Heavy. Taxi to ramp, via Alpha. Air Canada A60 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 636.
Heathrow ground. Qantas 10 Heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 36 Heavy on final 09er left.
Runway 09 right, via Echo. Alpha. American 137 Heavy.
Runway 09 left, cleared to land. WestJet 18 Heavy.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 75 Heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground, American 137 Heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 255 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 1412.
Heathrow Tower, WestJet 18 Heavy on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 1412 with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. United 900 Heavy.
Taxi to Ram, via Alpha. Speedbird 9091.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 636 ready for taxi. Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Speedbird 636.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Line up and wait. Speedbird 1412. Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 1412.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 560.
Heathrow Tower, Air Portugal 1356 on final 09er left. Enter final runway 09 right, Air Portugal 1356. Heathrow Tower, Air Portugal 1356 at runway 09 right. Runway 09 right, cleared to land. Air Portugal 1356. Runway 09 right, Air Portugal 1356. Negative. I'm in the air. Air Portugal 1356. Runway 09 right, cleared to land. Exit at taxiway November 4 Whiskey. Air Portugal 1356.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 36 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. United 900 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 560.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 75 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Qatari 10 heavy.
Heathrow ground, United 900 Heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 417 on final 09er left. Runway 09er left, cleared to land. Speedbird 417.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 255 Heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start. Runway 09 right, cleared for immediate takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 75 Heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Shamrock 159er.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 560 with information Charlie, requesting push and start. Heathrow ground, Etihad Cargo 90710 Heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, Turkish 1980 Heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha, Kilo, WestJet 18 Heavy.
Heathrow ground, Qatari 10 heavy ready to taxi. Runway 09 right, Qatari 10 heavy.
Heathrow ground, United 17 Heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, Qantas 10 Heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 565 on final 09 left. Runway 09 left, clear to land. Speedbird 565. Heathrow ground, Speedbird 75 Heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, American 137 Heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 281 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 636 with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. United 17 Heavy.
Heathrow ground. Shamrock 159 are ready to taxi. Runway 09 are right, via Alpha. Shamrock 159er.
Heathrow ground, United 900 Heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp. Air Portugal 1356.
Runway 09 right, clear it for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. United 17 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 636.
Heathrow ground. Qatari 10 Heavy with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Shamrock 159er with information Charlie, requesting push and start. Runway 09er left, cleared to land. Speedbird 313. Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 313 on final 09er left.
Runway 09 right, clear for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right 180 degrees. Speedbird 6. 36.
Runway 09er right. Line up and wait. Turkish 1980 heavy.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 281 heavy ready to taxi.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. JetBlue 20.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 281 heavy with information Charlie. Requesting push and start. Runway 09er right via Alpha. Speedbird 281 heavy.
Taxi to Ram via Alpha. Speedbird 417.
Runway 09er right. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turkish 1980 heavy.
Runway 09er right. Line up and wait. Qantas 10 heavy.
Heathrow ground. JetBlue 20 with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow Tower, United 262 heavy on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground. JetBlue 20 ready to taxi. Runway 09er right via Alpha. JetBlue 20.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. United 262 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 to right. Lufthansa 905.
Runway 09er right. Cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 100. Qantas 10 heavy.
Runway 09er right. Line up and wait. American 137 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 565.
Heathrow ground. Lufthansa 905 with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. American 47 heavy with information Charlie. Requesting push and start. Negative. Need pushback truck. American 47 heavy. Command property error. American 47 heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. American 47 heavy.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. Virgin 142 heavy.
Runway 09 right. Cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. American 137 heavy.
Departure on 120.52. Qantas 10 heavy. Good day.
Runway 09 right. Line up and wait. United 900 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 668.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 313.
Heathrow Tower, Virgin 142 heavy on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground. Lufthansa 905 ready to taxi.
Negative. Need correct runway. United 900 heavy. Runway 09 right. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn left heading 0. United 900 heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Qatari 10 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 313.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Speedbird 446.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. American 47 heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Lufthansa 905.
Runway 09 left. Clear to land. Speedbird 673.
Runway 09 right, Speedbird 668.
Heathrow ground, American 47 heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Qatari 10 heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Shamrock 159er.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Shuttle 8 Romeo.
Heathrow Tower. Speedbird 673 on final 09 left.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. United 262 heavy.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 668 ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 446 ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 668 with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 446 with information Charlie, requesting push and start. Runway 09 right, via Echo, Alpha. Speedbird 446.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn left heading 0. Shamrock 159er.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 281 heavy.
Runway 09 left, clear to land. American 156 heavy. Heathrow Tower, American 156 heavy on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground, Shuttle 8 Romeo ready to taxi. Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Shuttle 8 Romeo.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Virgin 901 heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Speedbird 281 heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 668.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Golf. Virgin 142 heavy.
Heathrow ground, Shuttle 8 Romeo with information Charlie, requesting push and start.
Push back approved. Expect runway 09 to right. Speedbird 662.
Negative. Unknown command. Speedbird 668. Runway 09 right. Speedbird 668. Runway 09 right. Cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Speedbird 668.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. JetBlue 20.
Runway 09 left, cleared to land. Virgin 130 heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Virgin 901 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. United 919 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. JetBlue 20.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. American 47 heavy.
Negative. Need push back first. Speedbird 662.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 673.
Heathrow Tower, Virgin 130 heavy on final 09er left.
Runway 09 left. Clear to land. Speedbird 292 Super.
Negative. Taxiway not found. Speedbird 662. Runway 09 to right, via Alpha. Speedbird 662.
Heathrow ground. Virgin 901 Heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. United 919 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 to right. Air France 1581.
Command long start. American 156 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Alpha, Golf. American 156 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. American 47 heavy.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Shuttle 8 Romeo.
Command property error. Virgin 19er heavy.
Hold short of taxiway Golf. American 156 Heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Virgin 19er heavy.
Negative. I'm on another runway. Speedbird 9er 03. Runway 09er left. Cleared to land. Speedbird 9er 03.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Shuttle 8 Romeo.
Runway 09 right. Line up and wait. Lufthansa 905.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha, Golf. Hold short of taxiway Golf. Virgin 130 heavy.
Negative. Unknown command. Air France 1581. Runway 09 right. Air France 1581. Heathrow ground. Speedbird 662 ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower. Speedbird 292 Super on final 09 left.
Heathrow ground, United 919 Heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower. Speedbird 9er 03 on final 09er left.
unknown command, Lufthansa 905. Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 0, Lufthansa 905.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Virgin 901 heavy.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Iberia 3169er.
Continue taxi. American 156 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, via Alpha. Virgin 19er Heavy.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Virgin 901 heavy.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Speed bird 446.
Negative, unknown command, Lufthansa 905. Turn right heading 180, Lufthansa 905.
Negative, unknown command, Cathay 252 heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Cathay 252 heavy.
Negative, taxi is blocked. Cathay 252 Heavy. American 156 Heavy. American 156 Heavy.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. Speedbird 427.
Negative. Say again. The negative command could only be used by itself. Speed Bird to 902 Super. Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speed Bird to 902 Super.
Runway 09er right, via Alpha. Iberia 3169er.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Turn right heading 180. Speed bird 446.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. Speedbird 662.
Runway 09er right, via Foxtrot. Alpha. Cathay 252 heavy.
Negative, unknown command, Thai 911 Heavy. Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Thai 911 Heavy.
Negative, unknown command, Speedbird 662. Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. Speedbird 662.
Runway 09 right, line up and wait. United 919 Heavy.
Runway 09er left, clear to land. American 80 Heavy. Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 903.
Runway 09er right, via Echo. Alpha. Cathay 252 heavy.
Negative, taxiway not found. United 919 Heavy. Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. United 919 Heavy.
Departure on 120.52, Speedbird 662. Good day.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09 right. Kuwaiti 104 Heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff on reaching altitude 1000. Contact departure. Turn left heading 0. Virgin 19er heavy.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Iberia 3169er.
Runway 09er right, via Alpha. Thai 9er 11 heavy.
Heathrow ground, Air France 1581 ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground, Virgin 19er heavy ready to taxi.
Runway 09er left, cleared to land. Speedbird 284 heavy.
Hold position. Iberia 3169er.
Runway 09er right, line up and wait. Air France 1581.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 427 on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground. Iberia 3169er ready to taxi.
Heathrow ground. Cathay 252 heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower, American 80 heavy on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground, Thai 9er 11 heavy ready to taxi.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 284 heavy on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground. Virgin 901 heavy with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Speedbird 662 with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha. Speedbird 427.
Heathrow ground, Kuwaiti 104 heavy ready to taxi. Runway 09 right, via Sierra, Kuwaiti 104 heavy.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Air France 1581.
Continue taxi. Iberia 3169er.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 9er on final 09er left.
Heathrow ground, United 919er heavy with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, Air France 1581 with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground, Virgin 19er heavy with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Heathrow ground. Cathay 252 heavy with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Runway 09er left, cleared to land. Speedbird 9er.
Runway 09er right, cleared for takeoff. On reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Iberia 3169er.
Runway 09er right. Line up and wait. Cathay 252 heavy.
Taxi to ramp via Alpha, American 80 heavy.
Heathrow ground. Iberia 3169er with information Charlie. Requesting push and start.
Pushback approved. Expect runway 09er right. Eurowings 9er 467.
Heathrow ground, Thai 9er